too vertical. Yeah, I didn't hit the wrong button there at all. It was professional. How you doing, Aaron?
That's good. Could have been worse. We could have been online.
I know, it was one of those mornings, like, Aaron just watching me repetitively stuff up. I'm not quite awake yet. Oh, dear. All right, good morning, everyone. Good evening and good night, I should say, as well, because it depends on where you are in the world. We are very aware of it being Australian. We often get the raw end of the stick on that one, so we try to make sure everyone else does not get the raw end of the stick.
And if you weren't seeing behind the scenes, I can tell you there were little muck-ups and stuff all the way along.
I'm not awake, that's for sure.
Missed buttons and missed presses and...
Yeah, I did not sleep too well. Tossed and turned a little bit. And
yeah, I know that feeling. I was doing the same. But
what are we doing today, Algared?
My question for you is: are you okay?
Yes.
Are you okay?
I am
really
good, actually. I'm recovering from AA. Thank you for asking. Actually, the pain in my shoulders started to subside. That's how I always tell you about that, don't I? As I get worse and worse, my shoulders feel like I've got some kind of something sitting on them, and they're just now a week later starting to alleviate.
I'm glad your health is starting to improve and you're feeling good in that sense.
Yeah.
And already, Atlas Gaming, thank you for that super chat.
Yeah, appreciate
it. I can't say that we've recovered from our sleep yet.
No, my sleep's still all over the place. That's the problem. I've been trying to move it back around. That's probably what's not helping. So,
yeah, my sleep will finally come into normality now since...
And I like half of my condition is based on sleep too. So yeah, it's always going to be a thing for me. So yeah, but thank you all the same, Atlas.
And for me, it's the end of the school year. So
well, you were just saying, wasn't it? No more kids as of today.
No more school as of today.
Oh, no more school. Oh, cool. Okay. Well, you're back to me with more episodes tomorrow then.
That's right.
We'll start putting those things in the bank because we've burned a whole bunch of them trying to get through.
We have. But today, to answer your initial question, is Are You Okay Day?
Yep.
So this is our version of Are You Okay? Are You Okay is an Australian, I don't know if we do it, if it's followed overseas, but in Australia, we have this kind of mental health day. So mental health is a big issue. People do struggle and go through periods where their mental health is not the best. And sometimes just checking with people and saying, are you okay? Makes all the difference and really lifts them up.
Yeah, and this came out of the stuff with Jaden, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
And the person that we did that wanted to do more, and we wanted to do more. So this is not like giving ships. We say giving the ships to people in need, right? Because that's the title we put up, something like that, so normal people understand it, right? Because if you just put up, "Are you okay?" or something like that, people are going to not know what you're talking about. But we want to kind of get some people to come in, obviously, and share this around. So it's if you know someone out there that needs a pick me up, maybe your hubby's not feeling the best, and you want to get him into the game, or your wife's not feeling the best, and you want to get him into the game, or you want to play with your son, or something like that. But more specifically, it's someone that needs a pick me up. We will kind of give them to that to people that have partners in that, but our preference is someone that just really needs a pick-me-up.
Someone who might be struggling with an issue or something, just to let them know, hey, the idea is to let someone who is struggling know, hey, you're cared for, you are important, and you are valued. Because sometimes that can be the difference between, I suppose, a very tragic end, or just a continuing of that issue. And so the idea is to lift each other up and care for each other.
Yeah.
And so that's where this all comes from. And so we've got some ships to give away from CIG. We've got some ships to give away from one of our patrons who really came to the party for us.
Yeah. So, and if you've got more to give away, if you feel like you want to give one away as well, you're more than welcome to do so. There's a channel on the Discord called Ship Giveaway, or Ships for Giveaway, I think it's called. Algared,
that is our channel, Ships for Giveaway. And all you need to do is go onto our Discord and find that channel. And I've just got to find where it is because I can't see it.
It's down the moment. It's down the bottom of the Star Citizen channels.
And it's just called Giveaways, not Ships for Giveaway.
You sure? Okay,
Yep.
maybe just for today, I'll drag it up the top. Give me a
Oh
second.
no, ships for giveaway. There it is. Sorry,
Yeah.
I did go to the wrong one.
So it's at the bottom of other text channels, and I'm going to drag it to the top just for today.
Yep.
Right. So
So
under
it's
other
in-
text channels, it's called ships for giveaway. So if you want to
Yep.
go in there and you might have a starter pack you want to give away or something like that, and you can state, you know, who you want to give it to, like, you know, like a husband and wife or whatever. If we can find one, we will. But generally speaking, yeah, it's a mental health day, as Algared said, and you know, I suffer from mental health. I will talk about it from time to time, but I don't want to, you know, make it the pinnacle of who I am. But yeah, I go through depression every once in a while, and Algared and the other boys have to deal with it. I'll tell them straight up. I'll just say, you know, I'm having a shit day, and they will compensate, as friends will do. So yeah, and I do appreciate it.
I'm often shaking my head and copying the brunt.
We were very
and
we were very freeform about it towards the end of the AIE. Let's put it that way. To the people who were in the Discord, we were like, "You're gonna get your head bitten off. Just be ready," you know. And Paul and Algared were like, "Yeah, just be warned. He's gonna bite your head off." And I got close. I got real close a couple of times with some really particularly stupid questions, but I didn't quite get there. I think.
I always find the problem is, like, we talk about the stupid question.
Yeah, there is no stupid question, I know, but to me and you, there's stupid question.
And they sound stupid questions to us because we've heard them so many times and gone through it so many times. And yet, for a lot of people, those stupid questions aren't stupid because it's the first time they've really thought about the issue or come across it. And they've never heard anyone else talk about it. And so it's hard because
you would know
when you've heard and answered the question 1,000 times, and then you get
you'd know that again, you'd know that better than me though, because you're a teacher too. So yeah, that's how I know. And my mum was a teacher. That's how I know there's no such thing as a stupid question. She used to say that to me all the time. All right, negativity. Super chat there.
Yep.
Video should be titled "Buying Turret Guns for My J." Actually, that's not bad.
I saw that. You saw me chuckle before. That was what I was chuckling at.
That's not a terrible one. That's actually a pretty good one.
And I had to laugh. It did make me laugh. So yeah, so that's where we're heading today. And I do think there's also an Inside Star Citizen. You did give me a link to that this week. Or the title at least.
No, that was the one from last week that was... So I literally sat down after last week's show. You know, I go get my food or whatever. Yep. I sat down and it literally goes 12 minutes ago. I'm like, this is like 10 minutes after we ended. That's like the first time that's happened, I think, since we started doing this. So I think we've been doing this over a year now. So yeah. All right. So I need to write these down as well because these are the ones... So these have been donated by...
Nightmare Ned.
I can't read his name on this side. Yeah, Nightmare Ned, and he's
one of our patrons.
Yep, Nightmare Ned, and he's donated 2 Saulians, and what was the other one? I had it open there for half a second, and I lost it. And a Mustang. So yeah. Radio.
Starter pack, and a Saulian IAE pack, and a Mustang. So that's River Roof in terms of
that's just insane. Very, very generous of him.
Above and beyond.
Yeah. So yeah, if you feel like you want to give back, or you know, the other one we can talk about too, Algared, is that if we go to give away a ship and someone's got something, sometimes we'll upgrade a ship. Algared gets mad at me when I do this, by the way.
I do.
He's a bit stingy. Yeah, I will fight Algared on this because there's times I want to upgrade the ship. So if you want to upgrade a ship before me, go ahead, because that saves me from dodging an Algared bullet. So yeah, if you want to nominate yourself in chat, or maybe I'll just ask in chat and say, does someone want to upgrade this for them? And then if they won't do it, then I'll do it. How does that sound? So we'll ask in chat. All right.
So what ships are we giving away? We got a swagger ships that will be in the giveaway today.
So I'll read through them, and I do have a list. And so we've got a Cutter Scout, and we might not give all of these away because we're going to find people for them. We've got a Cutter Scout. That's not Halloween Cutter. We've got a Mustang. That is, I believe, a normal Mustang. The Aurora MR is from the festival. Then I've got 2 Cutters, 2 Avengers, Saulian, And then from Nightmare Ned, we've currently got a Saulian, a Mustang, and a Saulian. So yeah, big swath of different ones there.
And every one of these are starter packs. That is, they do have access to the game. They don't have Squadron 42, but they do have access to the game, to Star Citizen in general. Because the idea is get someone who doesn't have a game into the game.
Now, I don't know about Nightmare Ned's, but all the ones we've got have got LTI. You'd have to assume at least one of the ones Nightmare Ned's got has got LTI. So yeah. Right. Yeah, so if you want to get in on that, we're waiting on one of the mods to turn up, but unfortunately, when we start, our primary mod, Mr. Lemming, bless him, is always working. He's probably listening to us right now going, guys, I can't come, I'm working. But yeah, just hello, Lemming, if you're out there. And yeah, so we need one of the other mods to turn up, but they're probably busy. So, but if you do want to start gathering, you can be in the waiting room on our Discord. And again, you don't have to be the recipient of this ship. This could be for someone else. In fact, that's preferred, right? If it's not you, because it's sometimes awkward to come on and publicly air your dirty laundry. I know that, right? But the reason we do it through voice is it mitigates people lying, essentially.
Yep.
And it, you know, so we found last year, I think there was only one we had to check, wasn't it, Algared? Or the last time we did this, or the first time we did this at AIE, and it was all legit. You know, the guy seemed a little dodgy, but no, it was all fine. So yeah, that again is a testament to our community, though, people being that way, and I really like that about our community. And I don't mean that as just Inforunners, I mean that as SC in general.
Our Star Citizen community is
Yeah.
is very generous and very supportive of each other, and that's partly why we did this. Now, I do have a statement for to let Cheesebread know. Cheesebread asked a question earlier. Will my question be pulled up? You know.
Yeah.
Now, I'll be honest. Your question didn't get pulled up, but my response to you did get captured by our bot.
Yeah.
So the bot caught. It isn't up yet, Cheesebread. But yes, when it is up, it should.
Yeah. So anything that has the word question in it essentially gets extracted out by a bot, whether it's capitalized, lowercase letter,
so you
whatever.
need to have a word question, and the bot will grab it.
Yeah. And it tells us where it came from, and that's it. And that's why we take so long to go through the questions, because it allows us to do so in more detail. And I will tell you how frantic it is without. It's a nightmare. And that's why we got this bot, because it just makes it a lot easier for us to take our time and answer your questions thoroughly.
It also feeds to our style of show, where it is that conversational back and forth. And, and I've got to admit that style we do does often mean I'm cutting you off at times, you're cutting me off at times.
It pisses a lot of people off too, doesn't it? Because we're talking to top of each other.
It can frustrate both of us at times as well. But that conversation does have that the almost radio talk show, realistic.
You don't get that ebb and
vibe.
Sorry, you don't get that ebb and flow without it, do you? You know,
No.
Some people don't get that, and we know when we have guests on, they struggle with it because they're used to their time in the sun and talking on soapboxes. But we've found that you just get so much more interesting stuff if you can pick each other's brain and flow back and forwards. And the other boys have, well, put it this way, like we've seen things that we've done here, like Captain's Table. That's a really good example. Yep. He used to have 4 or more guests. Now he only has 2 because he learned from us the secret number is 3 people. You know, so we've all influenced each other, and you know, and look at Space Tomato. He started doing 2 different podcasts. He has that real big one, like round table he does, and he's also got the little more intimate one that he does, the launch sequence. So yeah, you know, just how it goes. Right. We will be doing questions today, as Algared pointed out, and ISC when that eventually rears its ugly head. But do you want to kick it off, Algared, with a question?
Yeah, we can kick it off with a question. So Kyle Smith has a question. A few streams ago, you mentioned the X1 might have changed to an enclosed canopy. Do you have anything you could show that hints to this?
No, that was sense. I think it was more of us hoping, wasn't it, Algared?
It was us on Hopium.
Yeah.
But I think the design does. I think even Paul said, yeah, the design does lend itself to that look. But it is it was originally concepted as an open canopy bike, so
Yeah.
that sense of wind in your hair.
Yeah, there's. I think it was on the ISC when they showed off the white box. Like it
Yeah.
really, the way it's got a seat at the back, right? So no other bike has a. And when I'm talking about, I'm talking like the back part of a seat. I'm not talking about like the arse part. It's got an actual back to it, and you run that through. There is no bike currently that has a standard kind of essentially a car seat. And when you start to look at it like that, it's like, well, why do you need to sit down like that? And then it really does have this it's only the legs that are unenclosed, and so you could technically have some kind of thing that blocks it around your waist area. Again, could be complete opium. Yeah.
If I'm just thinking of bikes from a real world, kind of from memory, kind of more like the X1. It's kind of like the Messerschmitt from post World War II. Messerschmitt brought out a bike which was basically canopies of Messerschmitt spiders on wheels. And if you never get one of those, they're worth a mint. But yes. I am told though that Messerschmitt it had a forward gear and a reverse gear. It could go as fast in reverse as it could forward. Quite weird.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's currently no one in the waiting room.
No.
At all. There are a couple of people playing Star System, but there's no one in the waiting room. The other thing I was going to say, I'm going to cut a question at the top of the line because it's kind of actually in my head. So if I can get it out. It's that one there from Twitch that says, from Chuckaboom TV, it says, X, what do you think of the CIG removing the claw from the reclaimer? There's two parts to this, obviously. Tractor beams have really come a long way, and they've kind of changed how that thing works. So if you think of the original plan for the claw, it was to hold the ship in place while you laser it apart, aka shipbreaker. Now it's kind of flipped. So you've got the tractor beams that can hold it in place. And so what was the claw going to do? Right? And that's why the 3D model of the claw has changed. And it's gone to so essentially it's now the for argument's sake, it's now the laser, and the tractor beams are now the claw. So the claw had nothing to do if they did it that way, right? And originally the plan was to make it so essentially the claw was like a dock, like it docked to a segment of the ship, and it was going to be in place. It wasn't going to be like random. It had to be in fixed positions, and that's all changed with the Maelstrom system as well. So essentially we're getting an upgrade, but it's changing the way it's doing things. I think you'd kind of agree with me on that, Algared, before I go into any further, yeah?
Yeah, no. It's sad when we see those iconic aspects change or disappear, and yet it's not being done for just pedantic reasons. It's being done for gameplay. And as you said, when you look at the way the tractor beams are working, they are doing that hold, grab, pull, move. What was that physical claw doing? It's not. It wasn't there for crunching. It was there for holding.
So in when you really start to work it through, it's actually the claw's actually going to be doing more, not less. So before it was just a hold in place mechanic. That was it. That's all it was doing, right? So now it's probably going to be moving around and actually crunching stuff up and actually doing things. So it was probably would have been a seat you got in, activated the claw, grabbed onto it, and then got out. You know, it was in, and if you think about it, being right up the front, that's kind of a weird place to put it. It could have essentially just been a tool of the driver, right? And now you can actually be able to move it around and actually break that ship up. Once that Maelstrom stuff is in properly, and you're actually breaking that stuff up, you know, the tractor beam people will be pulling things into place, and you'll be pulling it apart. So there'll be some kind of cool team play aspect between the two, between the tractor beam operator and the claw, kind of, you know, doing almost like that. I'm assuming it's a little bit like a hungry hippo, you know, with the type of mechanic. Yeah. So again, we're at tier 0. There's obviously some massive flaws when you look at it right now, like the amount you're sucking doesn't kind of equal what's coming in and stuff like that. But as they said in the post, like I always give them time. Like the first implementations always suck. Let's be honest. Everything we've ever seen, it sucked the first time around.
As Shem Pastor says, it went from raw to straw.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, raw to straw.
I liked it.
Yeah,
Floor Destroyer. I did like it.
yeah. Just
I
needs
did
like
have to.
they need like a Hoover on the side. Like they should have just done that temporary, like Hoover, sponsored by Hoover or Dyson or something like that. Because yeah, it's a big sucker up right now. But that'll change. It'll become the munchy part of it, right? Yeah, there's other questions I have too. Like they've got that massive processing tunnel. Do you need the processing tunnel anymore because it's now going through the arm? You know,
Yeah.
or does the processing? So I had a cool idea. What if the processing arm changes, and that is literally just a tunnel to the back of the ship, and that's where you chuck guns and stuff. So things that are off that you can pluck off the exterior, you just chuck into that tunnel, and it goes out the back for sorting. Instead of doing like because before
Wow.
we had to have gone around the outside or something like that.
Yeah, so there's a whole host of I suppose it's really looking at, you can almost see as they work at, okay, how we work making this work. You can almost see there's that development of what the Reclaimer is going to be. And you can see an update version of the Reclaimer coming just because of all of those
Changes.
all of those changes.
But we've seen it on other
board.
ships already, haven't we,
Yeah.
Andrew? Like just recently, the Cutlass. It doesn't have two tractor beams at the front anymore. It's just got one at the back. The Taurus has only got one on the turret. We
Yeah.
thought it was going to be two. So there's the small things have to change to accommodate the growth and changes in the game.
And like, you think of it, you think of the Taurus, and you think, oh, it's got two size 2 turrets for the tractor beam. Well, we know that they said, well, we're changing the way tractor beams are, and the tractor beams that you get are going to be able to do everything it was supposed to be able to do. Having one larger tractor beam rather than two small tractor beams, to me, seems a much better option than just having the two smaller ones. Yes, the two smaller ones might give you a bit of redundancy. You could lose one, but still have, still be using one. But that bigger one does mean you can effectively lift a higher or bigger box. So theoretically, yeah, there's some changes that happen, and you go, oh, I don't like. But other time, you look at it and you go, well, it makes sense. And negativity, thank you again for that $4.99. I'm not sure what currency that is, but hey, as he says, Mo, let's be honest. People expect salvage gameplay that meets or exceeds the gameplay of Hard Space. It isn't going to happen.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I don't know if it has to exceed it, but I think it has to be more multi-crew focused. I think that would be the bare minimum, yeah? Something that gets the teamwork going, especially in the Reclaimer.
For a multi-crew ship, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the Reclaimer was one of those first ships that really, to me, felt like it was a multi-crew ship in terms of the goals of the different positions on the ship were totally different from, say, a Connie, where you had pilot and co-pilot and turret gunners. This was, you got your claw operator, your tractor operators, the salvage the mechanics of the salvage crew were different. And
have you managed to get in game yet and do it with a couple other guys and see what it's like on the EPT? So I got on with a couple other people in the Discord, like John and I got on, and a couple of the other guys that were there, and it was fun. We had good time, and it just the ability to kind of suck it up when you finish. Now I know that kind of sounds, it's a bit weird, but it feels completed. Like you kind of go away and there's nothing there. And I don't know, it just felt it's not super satisfying, just kind of like breaking it and then sucking it up. But it's the next
given
step.
the changes, I've got to call my Reclaimer princess. Because then I can say, suck it up, Prince.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I was like, where is he going with this? The other thing I want to bring up real quickly before we go on to the next question is Luminalia is starting on December 11th. We've got an email from CIG, so that's why I'm bringing this up, if you're wondering. And it actually talks about a mystery vehicle, which we all know is more than likely the Mirai Pulse from the little...
I really hope they don't do what they did last time. Was it the X1 they did that with?
Well, that's what's coming. We're also getting the X1 and the Santoki Eye and the Mirai Pulse. So that's what you should expect as of December 11th, and it will run for 14 days. taking it right up to Christmas.
Yes,
So,
but you remember the last time we had a
oh
bike
yeah, the
tease.
photo. Algared, I almost made it the photo for this, and then I went, no, that's really next week, isn't it? So yeah, next week we'll be obviously talking about Luminari, and hopefully we've got a couple of new things to look at next week as well. So yeah, I think the thing that really made that, not just what happened with that bike, is when the bike actually got in game, it was terrible. It still doesn't run right today. Well, unless they've fixed it.
No, they've
But,
never really got
yeah.
that lev grav system, and they've never really got bikes seeming to work. The terrain seems to screw them up. Yeah, they will. Eventually we'll get them working, but at the moment, yeah, they're still they're not the best. But that's okay. And that's coming from someone who also doesn't tend to like the bikes in general, just because that's just not me. But yeah.
Algared, I'm thinking at this point, we're not going to be giving any ships away today. There's nobody in the waiting room. I'm like, okay, cool, fine, no worries. Cool.
So if you have someone who you would like to recommend a game pack for, someone who you really want to do the "Are you okay?" then go into the waiting room, go to our Discord, and there is a channel in our voice section called Waiting Room. Go in there, and then either one of us will end up going down there, or one of our mods will eventually go there, and then we'll drag you up and talk to you, and then end up getting a pack.
Mainly the mods will just check
your
microphone and stuff. They can hear, because that's one of the
But at the moment, we are waiting for a mod, and we now have at least one person.
We'll see. Yeah, so we've got one person in the waiting room now, just waiting on a mod. Right.
Yep.
Next question, please, Algared.
So the next question, by the way, that was our first real question.
Mm-hmm.
It only took us 32 minutes.
Yeah.
which goes with what we were saying.
Yeah.
And that goes in with what we were saying about being able to take our time with those questions, because the bot just grabs everything and just keeps them in order. Until we turn off the bot, it just puts them in the order that they come through to us, whether it's on stream or Twitch, and when they just get the time they get put is the time they get answered, or the order they get put. So Roo sounds like a really good Australian name for a kangaroo. With the additional salvage features, what will come in the future? With the addition of salvage features that will come with a future, like the removal of fuel, data, cargo modules, etc., will the salvage ships get a new Platinum Pass upgrade to make it possible?
I think they're getting that as it goes along, much like the mining ships got, yeah.
Yeah, well, for some of the things like removal of fuel, I'm not sure whether data would need to be removed necessarily. Like, you'd want to remove that because it's a valuable component. But fuel, you'll use I imagine you use your drones for that. Cargo, you'll send your boys over and carry it off. Modules, you do the same. Send the crew over and take it off. Weapons, you'd pull them off with your tractor beams and stuff. A lot of that stuff we can already do. It's only the larger modules you wouldn't be able to do with hand at the moment, and that'll be something you do with the ship tractors. So yeah, I think we'll get upgrades as they go. As you said, we're getting it as they go. So yeah, I don't think we need a Platinum Pass to make it possible. As you said, I think they're just putting those in as they go, a bit like they did with when they've done things to the modifications to the Gladius. But in terms of flight model or the HUD, it's just been put in, and as they change it, it just gets iterated on. And I think they'll do the same with the salvage ships.
I'm just trying I'm just trying. So there's now 5 people in the waiting room. I'm trying to find someone that can. Oh wait, hang on. Just go ahead, Algared. Next question.
Yep. So Rusty had a question, and Rusty says, "I've had a game for around 6 weeks and already bought 3 cap ships. You have." I'll say that, Rusty, you have Pokemon syndrome very badly. Or
I actually talked someone out of a javelin the other day. It was a gentleman from Portugal. He dropped into the Discord while I was hanging out there, and he talking about melting a bunch of ships to get a javelin, and the situation just didn't call for it. I told him to talk to you about it as well.
Yeah, like,
And he said, "Oh, he did say to say hello to you, by the way." So yeah, hello.
Oh, that's no worries. Like,
Yeah.
it is hard because we always say go big, and yet people say, oh well, but now you're saying go small. Well, no, it's go big to what you can do, and some ships are going to be better for that. If you're into industry or science, and certainly the Endeavour or the Crucible are going to be your, or even the Reclaim or big O2 ships. If you're into, support, then a ship like the Kraken might be more your gem. The Javelin is a harder ship. Not only is it so expensive, but it does require a lot of crew, and I cannot imagine anyone taking out, being able to crew a Javelin with just AI NPCs and AI modules on the turrets. I can't see it. You're going to need players to help you crew that. You're going to need all members. And if you're someone who's not in that position or doesn't necessarily like going on those all grades, and you've got to remember the Javelin was designed specifically as an all grade ship. So it was your Zerg. It was, in your MMOs where your Zerg goes out and does the big raids. That's what the Javelin is. It's your raid ship. And so if you're someone who doesn't like doing that in MMOs, Javelin is probably one of those ships that isn't for you. And Idris maybe is probably close to your jam. And if you're someone who goes into likes doing things with a smaller party, then a ship like the Polaris would again be that type of level you'd go for. But there is that element where the bigger ships always be more cost efficient now in terms of avoiding the grind and the time frame you'd have to put in. And there's that balance. If you're someone who doesn't care about the grind, then earn your ship. If you love the grind, earn your ship. But if you're someone who wants to avoid the grind and you want the ship, then getting it now is always the option. So, yeah.
All right, let's do another question, Algared.
Yep. Hang on. Did I? So Rusty was saying he bought three cap ships. Would a Crucible be absolutely necessary to keep them afloat, or could that be an in-game buy? Yes, the Crucible could be an in-game buy. But the Crucible is one of those two ships that we're known as
really endorse
promoting.
Yeah.
We're known as the Cult of the Crucible and Church of the Endeavour. And that's because we recommend them so heavily. And the reason we recommend them so heavily is A, they're going to grow, but B, they're still at their original concept price.
I just realised how I was saying it's the Miro Pulse. What if it's not the Miro Pulse? What if it's actually the Cutter? The Cutter Expedition. I only just thought of that. But I'm assuming it's the Miro Pulse because of the torn page.
Yep. Yes, and X is going back to the Luminaria discussion, and on that there's this torn page with this kind of bike at the back of the program.
And I'll see if I can I'll open it up, Algared.
And that program, you look at it and you go, yeah, that's a bike.
Algared said Luminaria earlier because he's old, but he meant AIE, and I got it right. Didn't say
what you're talking?
No, I'm talking about this, Algared. Hang on, just give me a sec.
Yeah, but you were also talking about what if it's the
Why is this
not the Pulse and not but the Cutter, and you were talking about coming with the Luminaria.
Are you serious? The website is down for maintenance. Yeah, great. Thanks, CIG. Love you a long time. Right.
So yeah. So in terms of your question, Rusty, I would say the Crucible is one of those ships that it's worth getting, and because I'm guessing you're concerned about the cost factor, that is a ship that you'd buy a CCU to, and then build a cheap chain, to even if you end up paying the same price, 350, you buy your CCU just to lock in that original price, just in case it goes up. And I say that every time because we've been saying and think every year that the Crucible and the Endeavour are going to go up in price. Every year we're assuming it's going to go up.
Algared,
Every year it doesn't go up. It's something new.
Algared, I need to ask a small favor. On Discord under CCU helpers, the gentleman starting with the name P. Can you see his full name? Because it's doing that Discord thing for me where it's got the 3 dots, so all I can see is P. What is his name? There's four of them online right now. The one with the letter P.
I'm looking. CCU helpers. I've got the mods. Can't even see them.
You'd have to go under the channel, so you have to go to one of the channels where they're active, like CCU help.
Yep. Still scrolling, still looking.
All right, while Agrid's doing that, this is the page we were talking about. As you can see along the tear here, there is a bike under, like, you have to imagine the bike was there. But the thing that gives it away that it's the Mirai Pulse is the Chinese writing there in red.
Yep, it's little Chinese writing in that top corner, and also the seat kind of also matches that image we had.
And you can see the corner of the kind of leg or arm that is the hover part is the same shape again. So that there are tips to it. But again, if that was at AIE or whoever the person that had this program saw this at AIE, you have to assume it's coming soon. But two hover bikes at the same time is a bit weird, though. That's all.
And the characters ripped out that because they want to take it to their supplier and get back. I want this one. So that is Professor Decoy.
Professor Decoy, thank you. I just wanted to thank him because he stepped up and he's getting everyone organized in the voice room for us.
Yes, I can see him in there, which is awesome. Makes our life so much easier. I love our mods.
Yep.
Of those who step up and help us in that regard. So, yep. Okay. Well, while that's happening, we may as well take another question.
Please. So, yeah, we are taking a little longer than we wanted to with this, but again, someone's just been thrown into a position to help out when they were not ready to do so. So it's giving a bit of extra time. And he's obviously wrangling a room of about 7 people right now. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
So, Chris, your question came through at 5:14. Yes, we even go before just after we started. One issue that was discussed on this concierge chat was about engineering and how people can be saboteurs. How do you think CIG will prevent Among Us scenarios happening?
And they talked about that a lot, didn't they? I remember them talking about a subcomponent you could put in that would solely, or like you could detonate it or something like that to sabotage stuff. So you can go pretty in detail. How would they stop it? Yeah, don't let people in a ship. You know.
Yep.
And again, it will affect your rating system as well. Like if you obviously turn on the people you're with and you had it again, you might have a bad rating. Like you're gonna burn that character. You're gonna make sure you burn it for good reasons. You know, you want to get a real big payday to burn a character's rating like that. And obviously, it's not going to be permanent either, so it'll be like based on time. So obviously, it might take you a couple of months to get that rating back in the green. You know,
and that's assuming that your name is not mud among everyone else. So,
yeah, that guy's a known pirate, and he ebbs and flows his star rating. Absolutely, yeah.
Yep. So, I think that Among Us problem is that your crew. If if you're taking valuable cargo of a super valuable ship, don't go with people you don't know.
Yeah.
You know, stranger danger.
Yeah.
Your parents should have told you about it when you were little.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's a problem. But it does go. But that whole scenario ties perfectly in with stories we've heard in the lore. The Tavaran were renowned for sneaking saboteurs onto ships. So, you know, they'd basically get their prowler and dump people off onto the ship, and they would sneak in, and their job was to stuff up the systems on the ship and make the ship not work so they could destroy it. So yeah, no, I don't see a problem with it. Engineering gameplay opened that can of worms, and yes. you need to make sure you know your crew. But games like I think Wake, Black Wake, where you're on a crew. Games like
Ark Survival Evolved does it as well as being a member of a tribe. Those people that used to go out, I don't know if you played it for a while ago, but going out and getting medal runs and stuff like that, and there was always 1 or 2 people that go out and do almost all of it, and then so it just allows you to see who the workhorses were.
Eco, same thing.
Good one.
Work. You want to any of those games where you have to work with a group. Lost Colony, I think, was another one. Where you were through. And you'd work together and you'd take on the different roles and you'd repair the ship or you'd do X and Y and Z while someone else is doing another job. There's no difference in that, and you could have someone who backstabbed you and decided to work against the crew or do anything else. But there's an element where at some point you have to trust people, and with trust,
I'll work it out. I'm sure it'll be quite a balanced system. I've got a lot of faith now. Like, the more and more time goes on, the more and more faith I have. Let's put it that way.
And I think it really comes down to that rep system, as you said. I employ you on my ship. You do a good job, I'm going to give you a high rating. You stuff me up, you're going to get caned.
But it's got to reset over time too. So and again, hopefully there's enough people in the game that you'll start to recognize the really bad apples. In chat there, Sigma Freeze says, how will the giveaway work? Well, we're trying to give away ships to people that need a bit of a pick-me-up. So if you know someone that needs a pick-me-up, it's not real, it's a bit harder if it's yourself, because you've obviously got to air and do the laundry, but if you want to do that, you can. And just jump on the Discord and go into the waiting room there. And the gentleman there called, I keep forgetting his name because to me it's just appearing as P. What's his name again?
Professor Decoy.
Professor Decoy. He has been kind enough to step up and check people's audio for us, and then he'll message me and we'll drag you up here and you can talk to me now.
And we'll drag them up and talk. So the idea of this is, are you okay? So in Australia we have Are You Okay Day. It's a mental health day, and the idea is to encourage people to reach out and check if people are okay. Sometimes, we often in Australia say, g'day, how you going? Now, you say that to someone, and the normal response, regardless whether you're feeling good or otherwise, is, yeah, I'm good. And so you almost have to ask that question 2 or 3 times. No, really, how are you going? And that's what the idea of Are You Okay is doing that mental health, checking that people are traveling okay.
I think the worst you'll get is, I'm getting there, or something like that,
and so the idea is with this is to give people that opportunity to check on a friend or let a friend know they're cared and they're special and they're important. And the idea is, get them into the game, get them in doing something with other people, and trying to look after that mental health aspect. And so this came out of one of the giveaways we had ages ago. We had with Jaden. We had Jaden had died. His friend had bought him a pack early on. They were going to play together, and he decided, I want to give this ship away, and raise awareness of the situation. And Jaden was I think a returned vet. And so he had, there were issues there, and so that was the whole. That's where it came out of. And
a little bit sadder than that. He basically had done a bunch of tours, turned home, and got hit by a car. And the gentleman had a ship for him and an F7A upgrade and stuff like that. And what really got upsetting though was literally about 2 weeks after that happened, another one of the people from their squad took their life. And that's kind of what triggered this whole thing. Was that he was upset because of his friend's death, that led to his death. If look, I learned about these gentlemen through this gentleman, and like this guy was like Rambo. Like, why would you? But you just don't know how people are, and that's what this whole checking to make sure people are okay thing, and you hear it time and time again. but they were always so happy. They were blah blah blah, you know. And
Yep.
and I can tell you with my own mental health, it makes a huge difference when just someone's just checks in on me, you know. And there's look, not just Algared, but the other boys, the mods, the people in the Discord, you know, they can tell when I'm down or whatever, and they'll check to make sure I'm okay, and it makes a huge difference, absolutely massive difference. You know, turn your whole day around because you just picks you up a bit. And again, that's what this is. We just want to give a ship back and hopefully give someone a bit of a pick me up, get them back on their feet, so to speak. And
Yeah.
it's not going to change their world, as in, you know, fix all their financial problems or, you know, all their depression, but it'll at least, you know, people know they're thinking of them.
Yeah, that just lets people know they're not alone, and that's the real focus here, and that's why my view is, if you're just saying I want one from a mate, want one from a wife so she can play with me, I kind of go, really, that's for me. I'm kind of going, buy them a pack yourself,
All right, we're gonna.
And I know that that's going that there's a whole plethora of avenues where that situation fits in perfectly, and yet so it's not the easiest one for us to do. But anyway, our first swan.
Yeah, or a swan. Are you there, mate? A
He
swan?
can't talk because he's muted, isn't he?
Oh, wait. I gotta set the roles. I'm an idiot. That's why I can't speak. Hang on. I'm gonna have to do this every time we drag him up too. For some reason, it's not letting me drag people on that monitor. I gotta do it on this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there you go, a swan. Can you hear us, mate?
Yep, I'm here.
How you doing, buddy? What's going on?
Just another day.
In paradise, mate. In paradise.
Yep. Well, we can call it.
Yep. So tell us what's going on. You're looking, from what I've been told, you're looking for a ship for a buddy of yours. So tell us about your buddy.
All right. So I've known this guy for a couple of years now. He's a good guy, a little rough around the edges. He's had a up and down, going through divorce, going in and out of jobs. He basically just, when he's not working, he's staying at home taking care of his mother. And with the holiday seasons going around, everybody's strapped for cash. I would really like to get him basically some symbolic gesture of him out of that little bubble of a shell that is his house and connected with a larger community, have that symbolic adventure, just a little bit something to put a smile on his.
Right.
Yep.
Do you know what type of gameplay he's into? Yeah, you're cool because we don't know him, obviously.
Most recently, we've been playing Ark, and just getting him into that.
So what has he been leaning towards in Ark? And tell us what he kind of does in Ark a little bit.
Exploration mostly. He likes going around, seeing the scenery. He's not really a base kind of player. He likes to go out and have that action.
You think that one's a good one, Algared?
You noticed I was nodding.
Yeah. Sorry, we're in the list going. Yeah, this one. No, this one. So yeah, we're thinking about giving him a Cutter Scout. How's that sound?
That would be perfect.
Yeah,
something that can get him in there with me and.
Yeah. Sorry, Force One. You were saying?
Anything that gets him into the game.
Yep.
Get him in there with me, and just so I can show him the ropes, and
you can always upgrade it as well. So
yep.
Something else he wants, you can go from there. But you just said exploration, and that's the only kind of exploration one we've got. So unless you think there's a ship that you think would be better for him, let us know.
Honestly, anything is good because I do plan out personally as well.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Cool. All right.
So that will be with the Star Citizen digital download as well as the ship itself.
Yeah.
So that will be yours. What we'll do is we'll get you later to send us to get him to create an account.
Yep. and use your referral code or ours,
Yeah,
either way.
Use your referral code or a random one.
Yeah.
I
What am
personally
I?
would say use yours.
So
but,
the other way I just realized we could do this, Algared, is we could just go like do the people and then assign the ships later. That's the other way we could do this. So yeah, we might leave it to the end, man, and then just assign them all at the end if that's cool with you, Swan. If that's okay
Oh,
with
that
you.
is perfectly fine.
And then we can kind of give it to whoever more needs it. So if someone else comes along and then they need the scout more, blah blah blah. You get what we're going with this. So yeah, we'll do it that way. And
as you can see,
but you definitely got one.
We'll make sure he gets a game pack.
Yeah, for sure.
So
as I said, we're good with anything, guys. I very much appreciate.
Yeah,
no
I
worries.
get. It sounds like some of the other guys I've talked to though. You know, like it's pretty common. You know, they got divorced or something like that. It hits the mental thing really hard. So, and he's obviously taking care of his mum, which is a really good thing. You know,
and I can tell you that the carer routine is draining.
Yeah,
it really does put you in that position of. It is hard at times, you know. So,
well, you're looking after both your parents, aren't you, Algared? So
I'm helping look after both my parents. I'm not the main helper, which is not the main carer, which is a good thing. But yeah, it is tiring. It is exhausting. You know, and as time goes on, it does get harder. You know, so I fully get where you're coming from in that regard.
Yeah,
and
stress, grief are monsters.
Yeah.
And sometimes all it takes is holding those loved ones close.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's it.
So, and just occasionally getting that pick me up and saying, hey, we're thinking of you.
Yeah, good of you to check on your mate and let him know that maybe hopefully we get to meet him one day. That's all I'll say. Yeah.
Don't forget to make sure you talk to your mate and ask him, is he okay?
Yeah.
And
no, it looks like you're doing that, which is good.
Yep.
All right, for Swan, is there anything you want to kind of add, man, before we move on to someone else or another question?
No plans to take up any more of your time. Right. Just thank you, gentlemen, and we'll be watching.
All right, thanks, you, bud. I'll drop you back down to the waiting room. Take care, mate. Bye.
All right.
And while you do that, we'll do another question.
Yep.
So JJ has a question. JJ says GTA 6 is set to be released in 2025. If Squadron 42 is also released around the same time as GTA, what impact will it have, if any, in your opinion?
I think we'll get it before 2025, personally, unless you think differently.
Look, I'm of the opinion, you know, we will get it at least in beta or early release in 2024.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's actually the case is another thing.
True.
But from my perspective, I don't play GTA. I'm not interested in GTA. Hasn't blipped on my focus at all. So
I brought Grand Theft Auto 5 and I probably played it for a bit and then I just put it aside. And when I came back to it, my save games had all been deleted, so I had to start again. And then I started again and then I just waned on it. It just didn't speak to me. There was a certain culture around the thieving criminal part, and I know there's a few people that have actually come out and said it doesn't interest them, and it's probably a bit same for me. I like the freeform nature of it, but it's not a game that speaks to everyone.
No.
But obviously it's very, very popular, and it doesn't matter how popular the game or how unpopular the game is, it's not going to speak to everyone. It's the same as Star Citizen. Not everyone is going to be into this game.
Now I can sit and play, you know, and enjoy Star Citizen and the PU and just fly around and do absolutely nothing for hours. But GTA just doesn't do it for me. Does it for a lot of my students. A lot of my students, oh, sir, do you play GTA? No. Oh, why not, sir? Because I don't like it. Oh, why, sir? You know,
you'll get some brownie points about. I'd still show it off to the students in class if I was a teacher and say, so what if they improved here graphics wise? I'm looking from a technical aspect.
Yeah, if you're doing a computing course, that's fine.
Yeah.
But when you're not doing that, it's the type of kids students do to get you off topic.
That was my job. All right. Still is. Right.
Yeah.
All right. We've got Zenzen here who's saying his brother's going through some stuff. You there, Zen?
Yep.
How you doing, mate? Tell us about you, bro. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
You going to tell us about your brother, Zenzin?
Oh, yeah, sure. He's 19 and just had to move back in with our parents. And he has some pretty bad mental health issues, right? They have him on like antipsychotic meds. So I think I'd like to find something for him to do. It'd be good. But when I heard you guys announce the thing on the stream, I thought I'd pop in here. It sounds like a good idea, right?
Yeah. No, it
Yep.
does. So,
So,
can you tell us why you moved back in? If that's not too much to ask. Just gone through bad times, I'm assuming.
It's the stuff that he has to take his meds for. Had like an episode, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to put too much of his business online.
No,
but
you've said more than enough. There's more than enough. Yeah.
and yeah, we've got you down. We'll give you one of the game packs.
What type of
Or we'll give him a game pack.
yeah? What type of game play do you reckon he'd be into, man?
probably PvP.
PvP. I'm thinking one of these, Algared.
Yep.
Because of that, but yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
We're going to work this all out at the end
work it
anyway. But yeah, we've got you down for one, Zenzen. I hope your brother, I'm not going to say recovers, but, you know, on the mend, so to speak, because mental health is a journey. It's a lifelong journey, unfortunately.
Maintain stability.
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully it sounds like you guys are getting the help he needs, which is really important because some people just never get help. So it's good to see that you're reaching out and doing that. All right, man.
Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you have a good Christmas with
Alright,
your
guys,
brother
man.
and your family, and yeah, thanks for stopping by. Is there anything else you want to say before we move on, so to speak?
No, I love the stream though.
Oh,
you.
glad you do.
All right, man. I'll drop you back down the waiting room. Thanks for stopping by. Bye.
Thanks. Take care, guys.
That's probably not a bad time for us to say. If you do like our stream, don't forget, like, subscribe, hit that bell if you're on YouTube, and I don't know what you do on Twitch.
You follow or subscribe or something like that on Twitch. Yeah, we're still learning that stuff. Doing it for what, 6 months now. We still don't know how to do it. Shockingly bad. Yeah.
What we know about Twitch is what Paul tells us.
Yeah, that's basically it. And Space and Woken. Right. Another question, Algared, please, sir.
Yep. So Rusty Pigeon Gaming channel says, where can we fill in who we think will benefit from a package? Well, Rusty Pigeon channel, you go along to our Discord, and in our Discord, in our voice channels, is one called Waiting Room, and you go in there, and basically once we know your mic is working, we'll drag you up, and you can tell us who or what, and yeah, and then we might end up giving you a package. Simple.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that's all you need to do.
I think
The next question,
yeah, go ahead.
because we've got lots of pages, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Try Chart Fix says, Try Chart Fix. Okay. I'm failing you and ended up picking up a hawk during IAE. Is there any timeline on the prisoner pod being working, or when can I capture prisoners to put in it?
Hello.
Oh, hang on. Hold on, Dolvin. Just silence while we answer the question, please. And then I'll talk to you.
Yep. So, I know the hawk seat works. People can get in the seat, or they could get in the seat and work. Do we have other missions where that is where you can actually do that and pick up prisoners at the moment? I don't believe so. When they change it so that it's got the bed, or kind of the capsule bed, we've seen that in some of the shorts. Yeah. And those missions come on where you can zap someone and put them onto the trolley bed. Then you'll be able to do those missions. Is that ship a nice little ship to do some of the small combat missions in at the moment? I do believe so.
Yeah, it is.
X, that's a ship you often buy and fly.
It's the second one I often earn in game. Yeah. Just real quick, we've actually got 2 bits that Pism's given us on Twitch, and I don't get alerts for these, so I've only just noticed them. So Twitch Wetsu gave us 100 bits, and Puchu Chi it was a first time chatter, and he gave us 300 bits, or 3 lots of 100. So yeah, thank you for those guys.
And we're on a level 1 hype train, I think, from the blue box.
Yep, we are.
So I still don't know what hype trains are.
I think they're just when people give stuff a lot of stuff in one go. I think that seems to be like when it's lots of people giving stuff at the same time. I think that's essentially what it is. Someone on Twitch will tell us what it is, I'm sure. Right.
Yeah, prisoner pods, luminalia are kind of like coffee pods, you know. Then you know.
All right, Dolvin. You want to tell us? I know I had it written down here. What you were looking for? Sorry, Dolvin. He is looking for
Dolavine.
Dolavine. Sorry, my bad.
Or Dolavine, or yeah.
You are looking
Say how you
for
wish.
your friend. Yeah, you're looking for something for your friend. So tell us about your friend Dolvin. Dolavine.
It's just like, okay, he's like decently well off, and I would understand if you guys would give like other people who are more in need the packages. I understand that, but he also like I showed him the game during like Invictus, not Invictus, IAE, yeah, and he seemed to like the game a lot. We're kids, like 17 years old, functioning off pocket money.
Yep.
Would appreciate that.
Just because your family is well off does not mean you are well off as a kid. I can kind of relate to that as well. Like I had my parents were not super well off, but they were just a bit selfish with the money, if that makes sense. So yeah, I can relate to that, and I think we all could, especially as kids. So yeah. So you just want to get your friend into the game, essentially.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll put you on the list. I got no problem with that, unless you do Algared. Kids fall into that weird area as well, Algared, from my point of view. We didn't have a kid, I think, ever come up before. Now I think about it, Algared. Can you think of one?
No.
Yeah, so it's first time another kid, so to speak, and I know I call you a kid, but a child, so to speak, that has come and asked for another. So I think it's very brave of you.
Mate.
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what type of gameplay you think your friend? Oh, go ahead. Say what you'll say.
No, we are like 17 odd. I mean, we technically not adults, but hard time. Because like it's nearly exams right now, and not like the Christmas exams, and we can't really get part-time jobs right now.
Are you in Britain? I'm just kind of hearing a hint of an English accent there. I could be wrong.
I'm Chinese, but
Chinese. Wow, you got a really good accent then if you're Chinese, sir. Wow. Wow, that's like that. Totally didn't even hear a hint of that. And I've got Chinese friends like literally 30 meters through that wall, and wow, I did not pick that at all. Wow. Yeah, your accent is sublime. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, that's very good. Right. So what type of gameplay do you think your mate would be into, mate?
I think like a little bit of PvE and a bit of cargo, something light.
Yep.
Just to get him into it.
Yep. Okay. Cool. Well, we're just going to take note of this, and then we'll kind of hand out all the ship at the end and try and give it to the best as we can. But yeah, you're down on the list, so you're definitely definitely going to get one. Very brave of you to step forward.
Yep.
Good luck with your exams, both of you.
So, what we will be asking you to do later is get them to create an account.
Yep.
And then get us their login name and their
yeah, I'll reach out.
address.
I'll reach out to everyone via
So
Discord.
there'll be the things that you will need to get from you guys, so that
Yep.
we can actually make sure they get the game packages that we allocate.
So make sure make sure maybe I'll even just get you to message me once as well, so I have your name there and I can come back to it. So yeah, just Forsworn, Zenson, and Dolavine, just message me and say, hey, I'm one of the recipients, and
Yeah, one of the people whose friend's getting a ship, and then we'll get you to make sure you get them to create that account.
Yep.
And do that stuff, so we can actually give that or arrange for those ships to be gifted or give them to you.
And make sure they use your referral or ours, either or, so they get some extras as well. All right.
Yep.
Anything you want to add, Dolavine, before you head off?
The Redeemer's a nice ship. That's it. Thank you.
What was that? What ship
The
was that?
Redeemer's a nice ship.
Ah, yes, it is. All right, I'll let Paul know you said that. All right. Okay, mate. Bye. Alrighty.
Northpeak.
Yep.
Has a question. Are you guys really excited for the Arestra Q&A?
You know, I've got this theory, Algared, that you and I haven't had a chance to talk on yet. But I think the gas mining, liquid mining has been split off from.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, the underground mining has been split from the above ground mining.
Yep, we got that.
And-
We got that sense.
Yeah, and instead of veins, it's essentially liquid underground. Now, I could be completely mistaken, or they've split it to surface and underground mining, whichever way you want to look at it. Which is
Yeah.
why the prospector no longer does the underground stuff. They're going to give that to another ship, and so your ships are essentially surface rock or underground. I don't know,
They
just a
could
theory. Yeah.
Given the way we're also going to be doing more base building type stuff, they could even do it, but
Yeah.
it's bases that are doing the underground main
But
mine.
then
You know,
what
you put your base on
happens-
top of the main mine, and it.
Yeah. Again, we'll have to
Yeah,
wait and see. But again, I
but,
can still
yeah.
see a need for smaller ships to be able to do that as well, because then you can have different sized veins.
I still see a need for a ship that does core sampling.
Just a-
Because you wouldn't
like
want
a
you wouldn't want to put
smaller surveyor Odyssey, essentially. Yeah, I can see that too.
because you wouldn't want be wanting to put a base down
Mm,
to do the core sampling. You want to put that mining facility down
mm.
on an already known big
Well,
node
it
to
would,
do the mining. So
yeah, it'd work really well with those smaller, even a smaller prospector and anything. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense actually. I think you're right
So-
there. There's probably more ships in the surveying line. Yeah, I
So,
don't
yeah,
disagree with that
that's
either.
what I'd like to say. But am I super hyped for the Arastra Q&A? Not
Mm.
really. I'm probably going to have half a dozen questions that are no-brainers, really.
Unfortunately, that is just the way it goes.
We'll have to wait. and
I've
see.
already read them. There are a lot of ones in there that again, people have good questions too, but they word them wrong, and they word them in such a way that they can be skirted, and that really that's the worst part about it. It's like, you just didn't quite word that properly.
You really
Um,
need to have your words chosen, and even then,
Yeah,
you can have a perfectly worded question, and the way it gets written by CIG or read by CIG can
yeah,
skew the way they answer it. It's just
yeah.
yeah.
Right, I've got one more here. I'll just drag him up when I can find him. There he is. This is Kazam. Now, Kazam.
Got him.
Yeah, I got him. Kazam, how you doing? Hello? Hello, sir? Kazam?
Hello.
How you doing?
He did say hello.
Just a little quiet for me.
A little quiet. Is this better?
Oh, you're in class. Oh, wow, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Where you calling from, man? What class are you in?
I'm from Denmark.
From Denmark? What are you studying?
We were studying electronics
Right.
with a friend.
Yep. So it says you got a friend from school.
Yeah.
You want to tell us about your friend?
Yeah. We finished school now. I have a job, and he has a job too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we played a lot of first-person shooters at the time.
Mm-hmm. Is is your friend having any issues at the moment, or you just want to get him into the game to play with you?
Yeah, exactly. We played a lot of Diablo and World of Tanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to give him the game.
Okay. Do you know
Yeah.
what type of gameplay he would be into?
Well, we played Diablo and World of Tanks together.
Mm-hmm.
And
So PvP.
yeah,
Okay. I'll write that down. Okay, man.
Yeah.
No worries. All right, you have a good day, and yeah, good to see you thinking of your friend. Appreciate it.
thanks.
Get back
Right,
to study.
Yeah.
See you, mate. Bye. I'll drag you back down. Right, do you want to do another question for me, please, Adrian?
All right. 6 Syndicate says, what are our thoughts on having AI companion as a solo player? not a CIG AI or AI Blade, but real life ones like ChatGPT or Bard. Haven't thought about it.
Yeah,
I would.
I think it'll add to the experience. They've got to be really good though if they're gonna, be a long-term experience.
Mm.
So yeah.
I could see, Chat GPT doing a great job because it's a pretty good system. I can see those types of AI things being brought in by, working with NPCs.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how having just an AI companion as like a voice attack that does take control of things is going to necessarily be that advantageous to you. Because of the way the ships will have those interaction points that you need to interact with.
Might be cool to have like an AI one that comes along for a quest chain or something like that. So they're like an interactive part of the quest. That, things happen in the middle of something. Like they could even be someone that's backstabbed you. Pirates
Yeah,
turn
but
up, or
I've got
I've
got the idea that the AI companion they're talking about is literally using something like ChatGPT.
Yes.
As
But
the
I'm
guide,
saying,
and
yeah. So that just adds more depth to their character, right? So you can have it as someone that's a long-term one that's there that plays the whole game with you, but you can also just have it as quest.
so literally make an account that's got run by ChatGPT. Yeah.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't, because that's essentially botting. But I meant more as like the missions or an in-game companion. So yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem to be what the impression I'm getting
Okay,
from the
well,
question is
I
one
missed
that's
the
looking
question.
at the using a ChatGPT or a Bard type one, a real life AI.
Oh, he does say not CIG.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know I can't really get behind that, to be honest.
Yeah.
That kind of is a bit in the cheating realm for me. And
It really does get into you got to bot it
yeah.
because if you've got the ship and you've got it running in the background, yes, you could use it to automate systems that you're actually controlling at the time, kind of like a voice attack or something. But I can't see you being able to have your ship or that AI then do things at a different station on the ship because of the way the game seems to be done. I could be wrong, but yeah. But I think the AI that will get in game, the NPCs and will have a fairly high level of AI just in the way we've worked up characteristics of those characters that we come across. Whether they're medics, whether they're stealthers, whether they're aggressive, defensive, all of those types of things are going to come in, and they will change the way the characters interact or work. So, but yeah, I don't see the real life AI like ChatGPT or Bard being that advantageous.
Yeah.
Present.
All right. I think the person that organised everyone might have to go soon. Professor might have to move on soon. I'm not believing he's about to tell me that, but we'll see.
Well, it's okay.
He's done very well. We only had 30 minutes free. We've not had another mod turn up, so I think we're going to be on our... You might have to get dragged into this Algared and pop down and start helping people once he disappears, but he's organised 3 or 4 more, so that's good. Next person is...
Okay, so next question is from Negativity.
No. Let me drag one up. Just give me a sec. I'll drag something straight up. I'm just having trouble because it's doing that short naming thing. That's what's causing the problem. Assuming it's this person because they're the only one. Like that. Are you there? Hello? ATK Oatback, is this you? Oatback? Am I talking to Oatback?
You'd need to unmute yourself, Oatback.
Sure, yeah, got the rolls on him. Oatback, you there? Alright. He's not replying. Down. Alright, next question, Algared, sorry.
Okay, the next one is from Negativity. What do you guys think of the value in pairing a manufacturing galaxy with the Arrestra for self-sufficient base part manufacturing in the field. Do you think they will make this a possibility? Yes, I think CIG will make a possibility where if you've got two ships operating together, they will be able to function and support each other in what we're doing. Some ships will do it better than others. But if you've got a manufacturing ship and a mining ship with a refinery, well, they should be able to work well together. How they'll work together, I cannot tell you because we don't have that gameplay yet. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
I missed the question, to be honest, because I'm shooting in the background. What was the question again?
So the question is the value of pairing a manufacturing galaxy with the Arastra for self-sufficient base part manufacture in the field.
Oh, so essentially the refinery and well,
refinery producing the goods, putting it to the.
You'd have to assume, being at the same size, they do have some kind of.
There'll be limitations, but there'll be.
Yeah, again, the problem at the moment is we just don't know how the refineries kind of work in a volume sense. So could you speed it up? Do you even need it with the Arastra having its own refineries? That's another question too,
I get the idea. He's not saying a galaxy with refinery, but manufacturing. So you'd refine.
Oh, right.
You'd mine your stuff, refine it, put it into the manufacturer, and then produce the stuff. Repairs and be self-sufficient, and then
chances are you need more than just solids for manufacturing, as we know that there are liquids and gases. We've also got organics as well. Agriculture's a thing, hunting's a thing. There are probably other professions that we haven't even heard of that crop up, like you might need. We know science is a part of it, so there might be, and this is just guessing here, right? And speculating, but there may be even professions that are like chemistry based that go through science. So you've got to take something and something else and do something with it, and it turns into something else. So essential scientific crafting is I guess, the way I'll explain it. Yeah.
But I think, in terms of if you've got two ships that can work together and dovetail together, will they work together? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, well, but the bigger the ship and the more abilities that ship has, the better it's going to be able to pair with other ships.
If you look at other games like World of Warcraft's crafting system, there is not a single crafting skill in that game that doesn't have another crafting skill touch it in some way. And I reckon this will be no different. So you can you can have that core product that you make that just between two ships, but then there's that random thing that you need, and you got to go get it off some hunter and use it as a material in the crafting of that particular resource. So yeah, that makes it so no crafting is just runs away. It has to have something that restrains it, and they all need each other. Yeah. I think you get what I'm saying there, yeah?
Yep.
Right. Next cab off the rank.
We've got Sigma Freeze.
Yeah, Sigma Freeze, you there, mate?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, man. You've got a friend on the other side of the world, they're telling me.
Yeah, pretty much. So, I mean, it's a bit of a odd situation for him. Like, he had to have his dad move back in with him because he's suffering from alcoholism, just to keep an eye on him. So he's spending a lot more time at home. Just to keep it short, like, I've been telling him about Star Citizen for quite some time, and he hasn't really quite gotten he hasn't pulled the trigger because of all the alpha, this and that, and the long time it's taking to make. So I think that it will be a nice thing to do to kind of get the game for him and to kind of get his foot through the door, see how he likes it. And I know it's a time that takes some time getting into, which now he has. So yeah, I think it would be a really nice thing, and just for him to kind of relax a bit as he's doing his thing.
Another important thing to highlight there too is like carers that actually take care of other people need a break too. So yeah, I know you've talked about that, Algared, so you can relate to that, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
What type of gameplay?
Really appreciate you guys. I just want to say, really appreciate you guys doing this. It's a really nice thing of you to do for the community and for the people listening. So it's really good.
Just, we kind of go through it, so we know we're not the only people going through it. So it's and again, as we said,
for sure.
Yeah. So what type of gameplay do you think your mate would be into, Signal?
been into looting games, so I would assume maybe cargo would be his kind of bread and butter if he were to get into the game.
Mm-hmm. Would you say like an all-rounder, so like a bit of cargo combat, or just specifically cargo?
Maybe something that he can protect himself in as well. I mean, I'm sure I will be playing alongside him, so I will be offering the protection. But since he is on the other side of the world, the time zone is quite the difference. So, you know, when I'm not there to play with him, I'm hoping that he does make other acquaintances online.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say an all-rounder is probably a good fit.
All right. No worries. All right. He's on the list, so is there anything else you want to say before we drop you back into the other room?
Oh, guys, thanks so much for all the information you're always giving out, and I'm tuning in daily to see any new releases. Yeah, just a really big fan. Thanks so much.
Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it, man. All right, good luck with your friend, and I hope you guys have a good time. See you, mate.
Thanks. Take care.
Alrighty. Whoa. It's... How do I say this, Algared, without sounding like an ass? But I'm going to say it actually takes a toll listening to other people's woes. And what I mean by that is I feel for them. You know what I mean by that? Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So it's not a negative thing. It's just like, oh man, other people are going through what I'm going through. How shit is that? So yeah, that type of thing. Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
Says, is the FHC a good fighter for the Polaris?
Is the F8C a good fighter for the Polaris? Double check the metrics, but I don't think that fits.
If it's should fit on the size. If it's a size 3 pad, no, it won't.
Yeah, I'd have to double check.
Pad, it should.
I think it.
But
Maybe
I'd have
it's.
to check. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe. Yeah, if it's the same size, yeah, absolutely. But again, it just really. There's no reason you can't have a squad of fighters with that thing and cycle them all through, if you think about it.
Yeah, well, I know Hayes used to talk about that, you know. You wouldn't just have 1 or 2 fighters. He was always, you know, you always have one line cap and you just cycle through them.
Yep.
And so there's an element where that makes sense. I think the best fighter is one which you have a pilot who is really proficient at.
Yeah.
If you've got a pilot who is absolutely a god with an arrow or an aurora, and if they can own the world with an aurora event, but not necessarily with an F8C, then you get that pilot what they're best at, and they will own, you know. So yeah, it could be. It's always one of those harder things to determine, isn't it? What's going to be the best?
I think it kind of makes it a little bit of a Swiss Army knife. You can kind of pick. I think that's that again is one of the benefits of actually having a hanger. Unlike say something that's a bit more bespoke, like what the Carrick's got, where you can only really have it's really built for the Pisces. Yes, there's a few others that fit in there, but it's just nice having a hanger so you can pick and choose. So yeah.
And I think I think when you think of the Carrick with its equipment of the Pisces C8 and the Ursa, you've got the idea that those ships are really just taking that. Whereas an empty hangar, you get you've got it with the Idris, the Odyssey, the Polaris, where you're choosing your ship. You put a scout in there, it's going to change the whole role that you're doing with that ship. You put a fighter in there, again, you're adding to the force projection. So it's never just I don't think it's ever just this is the best ship for that role. It's this is the best ship to put in that hangar. It's a bit more nuanced than that, and it comes down to what your gameplay is, what you're trying to do, who's with you.
Yep. Like Hawkshaw says over there, so the Terrapin is good for the Polaris as well. Absolutely, it's one of the first ships we ever looked at. But for it, because it allows it to kind of take the Terrapin there. The Terrapin kind of goes in and scout. You could do it with the Razor LX as well. That'd be a really good one, actually, now I think about it. Go in and scout, so the Polaris can just come in, punch, like the tip of the spear, as they call it in the concept sale. It just comes in, punches, and comes out with even less of a risk because it knows exactly what it's hitting, because that scout ship's told it. You know, you put that 1 or 2 people in those scout ships at risk, not the entire Polaris, and yeah, it just buffs that ship essentially.
The other thing to look at when you've got a ship like that, and I used to think in terms of, you know, Idris, I need to make sure I've got the spiders for it, and part of me changed the way I was looking at that, because if I've got people who are joining my ship as crew, and they're joining as fighter pilots, they're going to have their own ship.
Yeah.
So the ship in that instance is going to be their fighter, not mine. You know, and so there's that element of you don't have to necessarily provide everything. Having a ship that you might have just in case, or for someone who doesn't have one there, is an option. But in most cases, I can imagine whoever's being crew on the ship will actually bring their own, may bring their own fighter. So, and that makes sense because they'll be better at it. So, yeah.
Right. Clever Ghost, are you there, mate? Or Clever Hope? No, it's Clever Ghost. Did I get it right?
No, Clever Ghost.
Clever Ghost, are you there, mate?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Do you want to tell us about your friend?
No. Yeah. I'll try to make this as short as possible. My friend has worked as a minimally paid volunteer helping people. Even myself, about 5 years ago, I lost my father, and this friend I'm talking about just came out of nowhere, and they helped me a lot. And within the past couple of years, they've had to move away from their city. They lived on the U.S. West Coast, which is very expensive. Back with their family, that hasn't been necessarily a good situation. So I actually just happened upon your stream and saw this was going on. I was like, you know what? It's worth a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like it's very interesting how that kind of happens. You're essentially describing karma, are you not? You know, someone that's helped out everyone else, and then their life goes to shit, and then the people they help come back and help them out. I actually really like that.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
Well, I was actually going to help them out with the game package, but I recently got accepted to my master's program, so my situation has changed.
What was that? A master's? A
master's degree, yeah.
What are you doing? A master's?
Management.
IT. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So that obviously
Yeah.
a financial burden as well. So yeah. What
Is
type
that,
of
is that looking at moving on to a PhD or just be master's?
Actually, yes. I recently contacted another school about a PhD in systems engineering, so I'm really looking forward to exploring that.
fancy pants. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Smarter than me.
The question I was going to ask you, though, the question next was just about to ask you before I asked that, is what type of gameplay do you think your friend would be into?
Well, we play a lot of like resource management, base building, mining games a lot, and I'm actually working on a mining fleet that they were really excited that I got a Arastra, and I was really trying to pull them in so we could all mine together.
Algared, I want to do a CCU. I know you're gonna get pissed at me.
I know you want to do a PCU, but I think we'll just say, look.
I'm going to do a CCU. I'm rolling you on this one, unless someone else wants to do this in chat. I think that means he needs a more of a dedicated cargo ship, like a Hull A or a 315P might be a really good one actually. 315P. So that's only $5, Algared. Hold the phone. It's fine.
He does need a ship that has that ability of doing cargo aspect to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm thinking a 315P. Yeah,
we'll work out what we're doing with that.
I'll fight Algared too. No, don't worry. I'll get you 315P. Don't you worry. I'll fight him. Fight me, Algared. Fight me. Yeah. Or someone in chat might be kind enough to donate. You know, you can do a super chat or whatever you want, and just donate some money. Remember, it's got to be double though if you do a super chat, because freaking YouTube take half of it. But yeah, just
if you're on YouTube and you do decide you want to upgrade or you're on Twitch. I don't know how you do on Twitch, but if you're doing it on YouTube,
yep,
and you decide you want to do a super chat,
or you could PayPal us the money, and we'll turn it straight into credits and buy the
Yep.
upgrade and ship that
But
off to them as well. So yeah, I'm thinking
But if you're
315p.
doing the super chat, just put in the super chat that this
Mm.
is to upgrade X to whatever ship.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'll do it. But yeah, I've got you down for a 315p. I think that'll allow him to have the tractor beam and the extra. What is it? God, I'm gonna misquote this now. Is it 8 or 12 SC? Shit, I always bloody forgot how much it is on the 315p. But that'll allow him to carry a bit of cargo and actually kind of be useful with the tractor beam movement. You know, loading and unloading the mining stuff, and it gives him a bit of exploration as well. So you've got a couple of different bits of gameplay in there. At least the starter, and then again, if you want to go further, you can upgrade it yourself. You know, does that work for you, Clever?
Yes, and to throw in, since this is my friend, I went ahead and did the super chat for $10.
Yep. Oh, okay, cool. You're upgrading it yourself. There we go. That works.
Okay, we'll upgrade it to the 315p because some nice guy has just done a super chat saying upgrade it. So
that's why I was like, why is this awkward silence? Because he's doing his own super chat. All right.
I apologize.
No. It's kind of funny actually. Right. Yeah, it's kind of funny. All right, man. Yeah, we'll get that sorted out.
Again, as we say, just get your friend to create an account. And then get us the details, his username and email, and we will get those the pack.
Yeah, so
I will absolutely do that. Thank y'all for what you do.
Make sure you send me a message at the end of the stream too, and so we can get that all sorted for you. All right, Clever.
Will do.
Anything else you want to say before you head off? Man?
No, just huge fan. Execute. I've talked to you before, but I love what y'all do, and I'll continue watching. Thank you.
Yeah, more than welcome to. Like, I pride myself, as Algared does as well, on being approachable. So yeah, fully, you're more than welcome to talk to us whenever you want, man. All right, man. You take care now.
Thank you.
See you, bud.
You too.
Yeah. Bye.
All right.
The Sharpful has a question. They say, "Do you?"
Can I just say real quick? I am actually loving the different things this time around, like the different areas of life and stuff like that, and just ones that I never thought of people would need to pick me up. But I really like that, especially someone that helped other people. That's like super deserving type of person. So yeah. Sorry, I know I cut you off.
Luna Maria, you know we're approachable. We're lovely. We're kind. We're considerate. Don't laugh like that. Approachable with laughing out loud. Dear me. You're worse than my students.
I don't think I've ever seen her on the Discord. Maybe that's just what it is. I think she's just scared, Algared.
Yep. Just scared. Yep. So NJ has a $10 super chat saying, helping anyone out who needs it. Great content. Always. Thank you. And then Zeras says another $10 super chat. And that's their first time chat, so thank you. Actually, I think the other one was first time chat, and so was NJ's first time chat, super chat. So thank you guys for those 2 super chats. That's pretty awesome. As we say, always appreciated, never expected.
Yeah.
And if you do want those super chats for a specific purpose, especially on today where we are giving those game packs away to people in that Are You OK checkup, then please let us know in the comments what you want us to do with that, and we will make sure that gets earmarked for that purpose. So,
do you want to do one more question real quick?
Yes. So, Sharpful says, what do you think about the Luminalia Golden Ticket F7A Mark II rumors? I think we answer this question every week. Since those rumors have come out, it's come up every week.
It makes it difficult because there's 3 things there now, right? So there's you've essentially got a Carter expedition that they've talked about, said, and John Crudler just said you'll see it soon. You've literally got the pulse spike, and you've also got it's just the F7A.
The Santoki Eye.
Well, the Santoki Eye is. I'm talking about the unknown ones. We know the Santoki Eye is coming, and know the X1's coming. So is it a scout expedition? Is it a Mirai Pulse, or is it a or is it the F7A? Like what is it? Take your pick. So it's made it. It's the same thing they did before, where they've chucked so many things out there, you don't know which one's coming. It's the complete opposite of what it was like a couple of years ago, where as soon as anything popped up, it's like, oh, that's what's coming. Now it's like there's so much.
Yep.
It's impossible to predict because there's too many coming. That's funny.
And the F7A type stuff, or the F7C Mark II, I think they talked about it just as the Hornet Mark II, didn't they? It didn't actually name the F7A or F7C.
Yeah, it's just a Mark II,
and
so it doesn't even talk about which Mark II it is either. Does it mean all 4 of them are getting an upgrade to the Mark II? Is it just the military one? We don't know. And that's also very exciting if you think about it. So
yeah. And that was stuff that was data mined. So it could have just been a red herring. It could have just been they're working on it. It was in the file for that reason. It's never that.
So I can
Never
tell you
quite
it's
that
not a red herring. It is confirmed from
Hmm.
my sources, and they're sources that I trust. So there is an event called the title in the files was Dark Harvest. It was Dark Harvest or Divine something Harvest anyway. And it uses the golden ticket system. But there's nothing to say that they couldn't do, because the thing about this, Algared, you tell me if I'm wrong. So they do Luminalia, right? And then in January, or when they're essentially not around during the holidays, they turn on that event and it does like the F7A or the Mark II.
And keeps the interest and the engagement.
Now you see where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they've got other ships coming down the line, so they can essentially trickle 1 ship a month all the way to Invictus.
All through that, as people usually say, the dead period.
Yep, and
When
so
nothing's happening,
essentially
when
the dead
cricket-
period is no longer the dead period, which is very interesting to me. So yeah.
Well, it's great for content creators.
Mm.
Like, we just keep going. We keep doing the stuff we're doing, whether it's a dead period or not, because you guys always have questions for us. But yeah.
I think that's we've always talked about that too. Is it's one of the best things about our content is we just don't rely on CLG for content. So we've always got something that we can pluck out of the bag, and
Yep. I did see comments on the episode we did with Soul Citizen guy saying, why did you wait so long to release it? Well, because that was an episode. We have episodes we call evergreen.
Yeah.
Episodes which doesn't matter, or topics doesn't matter when we release it.
Yep.
It's always relevant. And looking at hardware, it's always relevant.
And
we're in January or
we recorded that 2 weeks before Invictus, and then there was twice I had to kick it back because the Saulian stuff popped up, and then it was just
twice? Or 3 times.
It was twice. It was twice. Because I remember contacting Griff and going, sorry, Griff, I've got to kick it back down the road again.
But it's that type of thing where if it's an evergreen topic, we can put it. It doesn't matter where we put it. It's one that the information doesn't change. Whereas something that's time sensitive, Invictus or IAE launch or something like that, or something where we're looking at the IAE. That's only relevant for IAE. It's not an evergreen topic, and so that's time sensitive. So they take precedence to other things. It's much like Luna Maria's. Sorry, I keep saying your name wrong.
Yeah.
Luna Maria's. What 3 ships do we think need updating? And that's an evergreen topic. For us, it's something that we'll do, but it's not time sensitive.
So there's an episode of Fix My Fleet that's been sitting there since June 18 that we still haven't aired.
Yeah.
So just put it that way. That's the oldest one we've got in the bank, but we've only got 2 left in the bank, and they're both Fix My Fleets now. So there is a Fix My Fleet there that you'll see, I assume, very shortly, because it's been there for a long time. But they don't age. I guess the ships that are accessible age, but the thoughts and concepts don't age.
And when we're looking at Fix My Fleets, it's looking at the concepts that we're going with that person at a time, and the person will, will take that on board, and when they come to new ships, they'll take that on board again, and so, yeah.
We did talk about Luna Maria's episode actually. It's just how we got to approach it, because I think it's like other episodes, and Algared thinks it's. I don't know. We'll talk about it when we get to
Yeah.
it, but it did come up this week. We did talk about it, so yeah, it's on the cards, Lena.
Yeah, and Shinobi Trip says at Lena Maria, don't take the bait. He's trying to push your episode back.
Yeah.
It made me laugh.
Yeah.
But
I
no,
know you too well,
I have been talking to X and saying we do need to do that, and we were talking about options for ways we could do that going forward as well. So it is on the cards. We have not forgotten it. It's just making sure we do it in a way that I think does justice to the topic and as well. So yeah. Anyway, next question. Chabawaki, have you heard anything else about the Argo MCV? I haven't. What about you?
MCB. The only thing I guess we've heard is what we saw at CitizenCon, really.
Yeah, so basically nothing new.
Yeah, nothing really new.
JJ had a question. JJ's question is, could you please tell future JJ to get back to work? Someone is paying you for this. Future JJ, get back to work. Someone is paying you for this. There you go.
Yeah, bad JJ. Right, I'm trying to grab another person. There's so many messages, sorry. So that was Clever Ghost. The next one is Barry Bajorts. I'm having this real trouble, right, with Discord, where it's only giving me the first letter. So if there's multiple people that had the letter B, for example, I'd be grabbing the wrong person, but there's not. So all I can see is B, so...
Yep, Barry Blue Jorts.
Yeah, it'll be him. Drag him up. Hey, Barry. Hey, Barry, listen to me, Barry. You'd get the reference, Algared. I don't think many other people would get the... Do you remember that? Remember what it's from?
Nope. But the way you did the voice, it sounded like a chipmunk.
It's the yogurt ad from when we were kids. You remember the chocolate gorilla? The chocolate gorilla yogurt stuff? The mousse type thing?
I do remember that.
And it was made out of... They were made out of plasticine, and it goes, Barry, why don't you listen to me, Barry? And he's like the business gorilla on the phone. Okay, you probably don't remember, but
vaguely.
You can look at. I'm sure you can Google it. Barry, why don't you listen to me, Barry? Anyway, Barry Jorts, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Just freaked him out, calling him a gorilla. Anyway, what can we do for you, Barry?
Yeah, I hope the audio's okay. I'm sorry, you did catch me off guard. I was mulling about doing some chores while waiting.
No, you're fine, Barry. You're totally fine.
Cool. So I was calling in on behalf of my friend that I met through work. He and his wife recently had a little girl, which is great. And
man, you're getting in early.
again,
You just had the kid, and you already want to start a package for the baby. This is insane. But
yeah, he's looking for a turret gunner, man.
Yeah, everyone knows turret.
No, but yeah, I wanted to echo the sentiment before I got started here again of one of your previous callers that, if at the end of the day there's 10 more worthy people, no harm, no foul, absolutely understand.
Yeah.
So his situation is just that his daughter had some medical complications they didn't expect after the birth, and it's just been a very stressful time for him with our... Being in the U.S. and the States, we don't have much of any paternity leave to speak of at our jobs. And, with the medical complications, he's been trying to stay at work as much as he can. So most days he's on conference calls with the baby sat in his lap. He's pulling double duty. So I was looking to just give him a light at the end of the tunnel, I guess. I've got a couple young kids myself and know how stressful it is.
Let a bit of steam off, so to speak, too, by the sounds of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's tried the game. He was able to hop in on the first day of IAE. It took about 2 hours of getting his 16 gig laptop with RAM set up to work.
Damn.
But he was able to hop in and check out the Alien Day. I know he loved the Sulin, and we had a lot of fun running a bunker mission with that. He Geronimo'd out the back of the ship about 500 meters up and quickly found out this is not Starfield. and bid it on that one. But no, any ship, if you guys are able to, I think he would absolutely love.
Apparently, if you do that on Microtech and land in the snow, you don't die. At least that's what my nephew found out.
Well, what we might do is just give you a Sulian, I think.
Yeah.
Because of what you just said there. I was going to ask what type of gameplay he's into, but if he's into the Saulian, we
If you
can
like
just,
the Thulian, hey?
we've got 3 of them there to give away, and we haven't had any. Well, we've had one other person. So yeah, would a Saulian work for your needs?
Oh, I mean, yeah, anything, honestly. But yeah, Sulin, I think, would absolutely just make his day.
Yep. All right. I got you down for a Saulian then.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much.
No worries. Anything else you want to add, Barry, before you make your move?
I wanted to, give you guys and your community a shout out for putting this together. I think it's a really beautiful gesture.
I think this is our 3rd one, isn't it, Algared, doing this? So yeah.
Yeah, this is our 3rd time.
Yeah.
So
we enjoy it. It's a. We always wanted to do voice questions, but some people are just shy, and we found we actually get more interaction with this than almost any other time we do it. So it's just this and the virtual bar citizens, I really enjoy getting to actual talk to other people, because again, me and Algared like that discourse. We don't like the just the grandstanding or soapboxing or whatever you want to call it.
The question answer, and no one else talks.
Yeah. So we're into the game just like you guys, and we like to talk backwards and forwards and exchange of ideas. So yeah. All right, Barry.
Yeah, just because we're on the channel doesn't mean we are the fount of all knowledge and wisdom.
Exactly.
Our views are just as valid as anyone else's. It's just that we have a platform.
And we've essentially, we'll talk them through and have people change our points, our mind as well. So it's just probably a bit more refined than most. That's probably the only difference. Anything else? You kind of said everything you want to say, Barry, I assume?
Yeah, I won't take up any more of your time. I just want to say thank you. Appreciate it.
No worries, Barry. You have a good holidays, man. All right, take care.
Thank you. You too.
So I'm going to get you to do a number count of how many we've got left. Just so we don't
yep.
go
5, 6,
just
7. Sure. We're up to 7. Okay. And we've got 12.
9, 11, 12. Okay.
So we've got 5 more.
Yep.
So there is way more than 5 people down in that chat room.
Yep.
So somebody's going to miss out.
Some of those people in the chat room have already been done. So
yes, this is true. So who's next? We have Captain Coyote. I'm assuming that's him because it's the only one starting with C.
It is a Captain Coyote. Yep.
Yep. We'll drag him up. Captain Coyote, you there, man? Captain Coyote.
While he's coming to the mic or unblocking himself or doing whatever he's doing, let's do a question too.
Please.
So Hayes Time 3 said, what are your thoughts on the Zeus MR? Do you think it is a single multi-cruise ship that will be sufficient, or do you see it more being part of a small fleet, or at least with an escort?
I find bounty hunters kind of a bit more the ship itself soloistic. Like it's a way, you could have a couple of bounty hunting ships type working together. Again, they're hunter seekers, yeah.
It could be a solo hunter. It could be a pack hunter. And I think as you kind of hint, it could work as a pack. It could work as a solo hunter. Same as a hawk. The hawk could work as a school, as a massive fight, or it could just work as a solo fighter, or as part of a ship in a hangar. So, but I do think it's a very sexy version of a Zeus. It just seems it almost feels too good, and I know that sounds, we've heard that before, but the ship just seems too good. It's got so much going for it, and I think the price indicates that. So yeah.
All right. Did you drag someone out, or
Nope.
did they leave on their own? It's really weird. I'll drag them.
They must have left on their own.
Hang on.
Bookman.
No. Hang on. Are you there,
Captain
mate?
Coyote.
Captain.
He's unmuted now. That's a bonus.
Captain Coyote, you there, man? Captain Coyote. Nope. Okay.
Nope, not there.
Maybe we'll speak up in a minute.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Has a question. their question is, I'm new here to the verse after Free Fly. Well, welcome to the verse. Hope you enjoyed Free Fly. Just got a humble Mustang starter pack. Thanks for your help. A kind soul mentioned a Cutlass Black. And thanks for your help. Yep, well, Cutlass Black is a good starter ship. Good ship to advance up to. Mustang's not a bad starter pack either. So, I'm not sure if that's a question or a comment.
Okay. Just a statement. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Grant Roberts, do you think that elaborate base building invalidates much of the endeavor? Do you think the endeavor make these facilities mobile will be generally better than, say, secret moon base? I think if you've got a secret moon base, if it gets discovered, then it can destroy it. But whenever you get discovered, you change location.
That's
So
exactly what I was going to say. Absolutely to a T.
Pros and cons with
mobile
each.
base versus fixed position base. You tell me. Pros and cons. You have to pick up your sentry turrets, and they're probably not as strong, and they need to be maintained more frequently. But but as Algared said, once you are found, it's the beginning of the end, because they can just whittle you down. They can choke you off.
So the advantage of that stable base is that you might be able to do more because it's a stable base where you've got facilities. But and then if all the resource in that area depleted, then you might need to pack up and move, or salvage and move. Endeavor, you just change locations.
All right.
And there'll be elements your Endeavor does better than that anyway.
All right. So the two gentlemen that wanted to talk to us was Captain
Morbid. Captain Coyote and Morbid.
Yeah, and I've just dragged them both in here, and if one of them speak up, then we'll talk to them.
Hey.
Who's that?
Hey, Morbid.
This is Morbid.
Hey, Morbid. How you doing, man?
Doing well. Good to meet you guys.
Likewise. Now, I'm reading here in the notes that Professor sent me. It says, has a friend that they've been playing WoW with, and they're both impressed with the updates from CitizenCon. So, yeah, tell us about your friend, Morbid.
Yeah, I got a buddy. He's living at home. He's got some mobility issues. And we play Wrath of the Lich King together. You know, we started playing Classic a couple years ago, and it's kind of winding down. We're not really looking to jump over into Cataclysm, which is probably going to be at the end of the year. And we got grabbed.
That's the one That's the one I jumped out on as well, so I can relate. Yeah.
Yep. And that's kind of our experience the first go around. You know, when we were still whippersnappers, there was Cata killed it for us. Yeah. And you know, Asmongold released his surprisingly his video on Star Citizen, and it grabbed us. And so I'm trying to see if I can't get a game package for him.
What type of gameplay would you say you're into?
So I own a Vulture myself.
Yeah. So you're doing the
so I'm into salvaging. I imagine he would kind of be into the industrial end of it as well. You know, that's kind of what he's into. He plays the auction house a lot, does, you know, crafting, that sort of stuff.
Right. So auction house, crafting, industrial. Okay. Probably will give you a cutter, I'm assuming. It'll be around that. It'll dovetail with the salvage as well. So yeah, that's probably what you'll end up getting.
Yeah, I think that'd be lovely. I mean, I expect he's going to sink a bunch of time in, so just anything that's kind of, you know, going to let him experience the game.
All right. Too easy, man.
Yeah, thanks a bunch, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
I had a question, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
You can ask it. Whether we can answer is another thing.
Yeah, fair enough. So with the Arastra, I was looking at it, and I had a thought about the unannounced or the announced Anvil construction vehicle that we saw at IAE.
Yep, the MCV. Yep.
And that is, do we think the Arastra vehicle bay is going to be large enough to hold it? Because if so, couldn't it kind of act as like a budget pioneer, carting that thing around?
So sometimes they can fit, but sometimes they don't lock. so to speak. So, for example, the similar analogy I would give you is the 890 jump. Technically, it's one large, massive bay, but back when it was concepted, it's actually two tinies. So, unless they change it or tell us they've changed, and they never have, that is two S1 pads.
Okay.
Right. And it could be, and it's the same thing. They've told us that it's for rocks. But essentially, can you then we don't know how vehicles work in this regard, right? So they've never told us. Can you put one large where two small vehicles go? Now they've never told us this, right? And so that is your question, and that's the best I can answer it. We just don't know. There's no clearance. Again, you got to think about the height of it. That is a fairly high vehicle as well. I would suggest your best option would be to go look and analyze, because you're not the first person that's asked me. This is like the third or fourth time I've been asked this, and that's my response. What you see in the 3D model, and especially in the ISC where they showed off the Arastra, they actually fly through that bottom area. And I would say it's potentially possible, but again, it's so hard to judge because you're essentially doing it by eye. Go look at the rock in game and put it next to, say,
like a Centurion
or a Centurion or something like that. But you've also got to realize, this is my initial answer, right? My initial says it's possible, but I'm leaning more towards no. And the reason why I'm leaning towards no is if you look at the image of the MCV, which I don't have in front of me, but you know the one from the
Yep, the one that they showed with it in the gray state.
I've got it saved here somewhere. If you can give me a minute, I'll try and open it. I did save it somewhere here, Algared. But essentially it's 3 vehicles long, because you've got the Spartan or Atlas platform itself, and then you've got the trailer component. So that's essentially 3 rocks long. I don't think it's, even if the height thing wasn't a problem, it's a length problem. Right, and I think that I think that really kind of, again, you go back and look at the image yourself, and you tell me if it, because to me it's 3 rocks long, and so as soon as you go to 3 rocks long, it just doesn't fit. I think does that answer your question? But
yeah, I mean that would make sense if it's 2 rocks, in length for the bay. I wasn't sure if we had dimensions, we don't.
But again, if you go take 2 rocks in game and put them next to a Centurion, and then go look at the image, and you kind of go, well, this is actually essentially 1 rock longer again. I think it's a length problem. So yeah.
Gotcha. No, that's a fair point. That's just something that's kind of been kicking around my head. Thanks, guys.
Kicks around. That's how you get it out. You talk to other people and see what they think. So yeah. All right, Morbid.
Yep.
You have a good one, man, and have fun with your friend. See you.
Good meeting you. Thanks again.
Yeah, likewise, man. Take care.
Arthur Vanderlei, thank you for that $7.99 in Super Chat. And I also have to say thank you, Luna Maria, for becoming a basic member on YouTube. So thank you for both of those. Always appreciated, never required, but very humbling.
That captain guy has completely disappeared now. It was this guy though. He was here earlier. Can I still can't remember quite what his name was, but maybe he'll speak up in a minute.
Oatback, are you there?
What's his name?
Attack Oatback.
Yeah, Oatback. Oatback, are you there, man? Nope. All right, I'll leave him there for a minute. Maybe he'll speak up. Oh, hey, Oatback, how you doing, man?
Sorry about that.
That's all right. You were muted the last time we talked too, so yeah. Wait,
Yeah,
what have I got here?
I got a work call. I'm working from home today.
Has a buddy that have been taking care of their kids while his wife was in the hospital. Oof. Okay, tell us about that, man.
Yeah, I mean, she had to check herself into a self-care facility, and he's got 2 boys. One of them's autistic, and he had to take care of them. During that time, he lost his job. I mean, it gave him time with his kids, but without a job, he burned through his savings. He got promised a job if he would work for free for 6 months to a year, and that company eventually went out of business.
Yep.
So now he's out of a job. His wife's out of the hospital now, so he's got a little bit of time. So trying to find something to give him a bit of a break. We used to play a lot of PUBG and Squad, some DayZ and stuff, but we just, those games have kind of fallen out and we don't really play anything anymore. So trying to find something for him to burn off some steam and just have some time to for himself.
Yeah. What type of gameplay would you say your mate is into?
I mean, I've got him in a couple free flies and he rented a Carrack. That was his favorite thing. He likes flying and he likes FPS. He's not so much a ship combat guy, but limited experience. He likes doing a little bit of everything, based on his other games. But FPS is probably his big thing. So I could see him doing some bunkers and derelicts.
All right.
Yep.
Well,
okay.
Got him down on the list. I think that we've got
So
3
you
ships.
will get it back.
Yeah,
There you go.
got 3 ships left after this one. So yeah, down to the final 3. But that is actually the last one that Professor has linked me. So I'd like to thank Professor for that. Is there any other thing you want to ask back before we send you on your way?
No, just love watching you guys. Love listening while I'm at work. Great stuff.
All right.
You sure? This is your last chance to jump the queue on a question.
Of the myriad of pages of them that we now need to catch up on because we're miles behind. But yeah.
No, I'm good. Thanks, guys.
All right,
All
mate.
right. No worries. Go
Take
back.
care.
Have a good one then.
Alrighty. So yeah, we've got 3 ships left and no one to give them to. Oh, that's a weird problem to have.
Oh, gee whiz.
Yeah.
Shattered.
Yeah.
All right. So Grant Roberts has a question. Do you guys think the elaborate... Oh, no, we did that one. Patrick S. I'm at work and can't join the voice channel. Can I nominate here?
If we have one left, I'll look at it that way. We like to have people in voice because it just it's a bit of a check.
Bit
makes sense.
Bit more real.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But put your request in here, and if we get to it and still got a ship, then maybe. Because never say never. That's our new catchphrase.
Yes, that is.
Primal Adam, question, but no question. Okay. Genpaster. Currently, players try to get 100% rep with everyone and 100% rep with all gameplay loops. What advice do you have for completionists? You're screwed. You're not going to be able to do it. Just look at the way in which they're planning the pirate work. Rep with one group is going to screw rep with another group. Rep with a pirate group is going to screw your advocacy rep. So if you really want to be a completionist and have rep with everyone, you're going to need 2 accounts. One account's going to be your pirate who's getting rep there. The other one will be your pirate who's getting rep elsewhere. I think it's just that you're going to have to pick the gameplay style and make your choices and reap the results of your choice. Any thoughts on that? Next.
No, I don't disagree with that at all. I think it's just, it's like you said. I don't think I need to add to that at all.
Yep. And Moondog Monty, thank you for that becoming a basic member on YouTube. Really, always appreciate it. As I say it every time. Always appreciated, never expected. Always blows my mind a little bit when people do super chat or become members or patrons. Because as you say, to me, it's just you and I who we love ships and we love talking the game and don't see us doing anything other than that. And so the fact that you guys do support us and like what we're doing and want to see us improve what we're doing, it blows my mind. I will say, the support you guys give us does enable us to upgrade our equipment. You'll notice my lights have not turned off.
Yeah, you got new lights.
My lights have not turned off.
Yeah.
Because we updated lights.
Yeah, got the same ones as me, so yeah.
So that's why I look so...
Actually, while I'm thinking of it, did you look at the PowerPoint thing I sent?
No, I haven't done the PowerPoint thing.
Yeah.
I'm just
So at the moment he's got to get up old school and like flick like this. I'm
Yep.
getting him a thing so he can just turn it off and on his desk. Essentially.
so but the upgrade of lights, the upgrade of lights is a quality of life issue. It's they're certainly not as bright, and I did lower them down to 1%. So as you suggested as well, and that also seemed to work with the green screen.
They're very
so
bright.
they
Well,
are
you
very
saw
bright.
that time I told
Yeah,
them on the screen. It's like the surface of the sun. They are ridiculously bright.
Yeah. But when I had my old lights, even if I were up high, I'd get a flicker on the green screen.
Yeah.
And these, because they're bigger lights and they're hitting the, you hit the light, you're actually lighting the background, not necessarily you.
Yeah. Which
and
is what you need. Yeah.
It's what you need. And so I had the issue where at certain angles the green screen was flickering and I've noticed I can't see it with
that. Right. I'll move on to Jacon while we get Algared to come back. Jacon, are you there, mate?
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. You want to tell us?
Algared's
not going to like this
very
one.
big upgrade. So,
right, I hear you.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, I just started playing the game recently. I have a few buddies who just got in, right after the IAE event. So, I'm really excited to kind of get into the game, and I've been watching you guys' videos. It's really cool seeing the community and everything, going through ship reviews and kind of accessing all of the different components inside the ships, and getting a chance to see all that stuff before we get our hands on it ourselves in the game. So it's nice to have the opportunity to be here, and I think I was speaking with Prof a little bit about I'm looking to help out one of my buddies who just started out. He just got his first starting pack, so it would be nice to help him get another ship to use outside of just the Sayulin.
So you want a second whole ship?
I
Whoa.
I know. It's a lot.
Whoa. That's not what I read in the thing. I read that you want a CCU, like to upgrade the Solian, but a whole second ship. I think it's the most ballsy one I've ever heard.
No, I'm sorry. I'm a bit confused. That's what I mean. Help him upgrade the Sayulin, and not.
And that's why I mean Algared would like it, because Algared doesn't like the CCUs. I like to do the CCUs.
Okay, gotcha.
So what type of ship would you want to turn the Solian into?
I think it would help him out to get like something more versatile, so that way he can get a little bit more cargo space, like a Cuddy or Freelancer, or something.
Well, he's already above
range.
He's above the Cuddy. You'd be looking at cargo. So Solian, I think you're too big to go to a 315p. Hull A is $80. That would be the same price. So I think, it's 70. So yeah, you could probably go to a Hull A, or you after that you'd be going into Cutlass Spirit territory. Algared?
Okay.
Be about right, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yep. And the question with the Hull A is, and even the B is because it's just cargo focused. It changes. It really funnels you into just that one aspect of gameplay.
Really limits what you can do.
Whereas the Solian at the moment, yes, it has less cargo, but it does open up for more gameplay options. So there's some of the questions you really have to look at and question.
Yeah, I'd be leaning more into like the Cutlass C1 area. Is where it sounds like what you're trying to explain. It also opens him up to playing with a second person.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it would give him a little bit more options, because right now, the Sayulin's great. It's a really fun ship, and it's really cool to bring it into bounties. But it's kind of difficult as like a single ship, especially for right now, getting out in space during the like actual space combat. Getting back into the Sulin is kind of a issue with that staircase, right? So it'd be nice to have a little bit more options. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but that's not a bad end. As a Citizen Ninja says, Nomad is $10 more than the Solian. That's actually not a bad idea, Algared, because it essentially takes the Solian-like qualities and essentially focuses it more towards cargo, but not all the way towards cargo. Yeah.
Turns it from the vertical. I know you probably can't, but turns it from that to that, which is really, the Solian's like that. You're going up and down. The Nomads.
Yeah.
The horizontal with flatbeds rather than.
Yeah. So, Algared, I'm happy to give him the Nomad unless you want to go further. I will go further, but I don't know if you will. So,
Oh, I think the Nomad's a great ship for that. I'm not. I know people know we're not necessarily fans of a Nomad, but what I do like about the Nomad in that sense is that the Nomad does have those kind of alien vibe. Even though it's consolidated, it's still got that feel of being an alien-esque type ship. It feels like when it first came out. You remember both of us thought this was a Xi'an ship that got repurposed. It was that feel of that design language was so strong, and so it feels like it's a good mix. You're still keeping that. You've got the vertical rather than the horizontal in terms of the crew space, but you've also got that design language that seems to fit in that same vein. So so that's why I like that choice a lot better. Nothing else other than in terms of CCUing. The Cutlass Black is another great ship. That's a 2-person ship, and if you were looking at that'd be where I'd be looking at in going as well. But
as
a Nomad, that upgrade to a Nomad would be a good one, just in terms of that design language aspect.
Yeah, it's like Lyrium saying the Nomad is a downgrade in weapons, but yeah, that's what you're trading. You're trading in your weapons to get more cargo, and as he said, his friend's leaning towards more cargo. So yeah, we're happy to give you a $10 CCU for that if you want. So a Saulian to a Nomad. Would that work for your purposes?
That'd be awesome, man. I really appreciate it, guys.
Yep, no worries. All right, Jacon. Anything else you want to say before I drop you back down with everyone else?
No, I mean, hey, thanks for just making videos, guys, and helping everybody, learn about these ships before they come out. It's nice, hearing people who are kind of experts on what's going on with all these updates. And I'm gonna keep following you guys. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you, man.
Thank
take care, Jacon. Bye, mate.
Ciao.
All right, so that wasn't a ship. So we've actually still got, I think we've still got 3 left, Algared. So I'm just double checking what Professor sent me. We do have one. Yep, go ahead. Your question.
Has a question. When Squadron 42 eventually releases, where do you think they will go story-wise with parts 2 and 3? Will it take place during Star Citizen timeline or before? Well, it'll certainly take place within the Star Citizen timeline. Will it be in our current time or previous to where we are? Depends. The story takes.
I'm gonna just. Oh, he's dropped out there. Hold on. So basically, it follows the Roman Empire. He'll come back in a flurry, though. Yep, you're back. Yep, you're back, Algared. Go ahead.
So, as X just said, it follows the Roman Empire, but when you look at the events of the first story, that happened at the Siege of Vega. Now, I know that you and I were following the game and following development and playing in Arena Command or the early PU when the Siege of Vega happened. And so that happened within the Star Citizen timeline of event. And the Siege of Vega kicks off the scenario of the game. But you are the turret gunner or someone working on the Javelin at the beginning of the game, and then somehow you apply to Flight Academy and you do something during that siege that gets you accepted, and then after you've finished, you go to the Idris and then everything else.
All right. We have another gentleman in chat. Mendo Warrior, are you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm here.
Want to tell us about your friends, Mr.
Yeah, so my buddy's a freshman in high school. He's quite a bit younger than me, but we play games together. And but sports is his big thing, and he played football a lot. And then this year he didn't make the basketball team, and as a freshman, and he's kind of down about that. So if there's people out there that are in more of need, I understand, but yeah, he's just down about it, and then now he's got this downtime, and I figured perfect time to jump into the game.
So because he's a sporty freak and he missed out on his sports team, let's get him into a game that keeps him out of awesome.
Keeps him out of
Yeah, if you got anything for racing or something, I figured that'd be good for him. And then he likes FPS games too, so I figured he'd be a bunker runner.
Yeah, so I put him down for racing FPS. So
I will tell you that for racing, any ship will do, because Anzia Racing, which runs Crux Cup and other events, generally have a category for every ship. So,
bunker.
But hey, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you guys for all that you do, and you guys have really helped me out, like making the right decisions about when to pull the trigger on buying a ship or investing in a ship, and so. So I really appreciate you guys.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
So before you disappear, have you got a question for us?
I was just going to say, we just try to get people to think about it. I don't think there is any right or wrong. Well, it depends how you look at it, right? But if we're getting you to think about your purchases, then we've done our job at the very least,
Yeah, like buying the lesser expensive ships. That's something that you kind of encourage me to just earn and game rather than go for it. And then the CCU game is a game in itself. So so all the help I get there is I appreciate it. So
yeah, more
we're glad we can help.
Do you have any? As Algared said, do you have a question before we send you?
No.
How you get to jump the queue? So yeah.
No. I can't think of anything right now.
Before I send you on the way, though, I'm thinking, Algared, we might upgrade one of these to a C8R. What do you think, Algared? If I can actually get a CCU, that is. I might not be able to get one at the moment. Let me have a look. Because then you can do the bunker runs, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Would that work for you, man, a C8R? If we can get a hold of one?
Oh, yeah. No, I think you would be really happy about that.
I actually do have a C8R that it was gifted to me, so that's not, damn, I can't send that to you. Because then I'll just send you that and then keep one of the others and upgrade that. But I'm just trying to think of a way I can do this. Because I might not have a C8R. Is it available? Yeah, they are available. Sweet, yeah, I'll get you a C8R, no problem. So yeah, I'll put you down.
Thank you.
Put you down for a C8R, and
yeah, I think I got to get them to make an account too. So.
You do need to get them to make an account. In fact, everyone who gets a ship does need to make their friend or make an account. Then we need to get the username and their email account or email address linked to that account, so we can make sure they get the gifted ship. So yep.
So yeah, you have to think about that whether you. Because the only other one I'd do for bunker runs would be a regular Pisces, but it's kind of up to you at that point. I just think that would allow him to do the bunker runs better.
A medical bunker enables you to do them a little bit better in terms of keeping yourself alive or healed.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, mate.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
All right. See you, Mando. Take care, bud.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, Clever Ghost has a question.
Yep.
Clever Ghost says, new player here, I'm trying to put together a mining fleet. What are your thoughts on the Liberator? I was thinking about picking one up as soon as it comes back on sale.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard because the Liberator is a bit weird. Like it really is. Like the more I've had time and the more things have gone past, you correct me if you think I'm wrong here, Algared, but I really see it as the ferryman.
It is.
And it really is just designed, like they talk about going long distances and all that bullshit, right? But I really see it as a ship, like, and the long distances is when it's going through multiple jump points, but it essentially is the ship that is designed to get a small number of things through a jump point. That's it, right? And if you go multiple jump points, yeah, you can do that, right? But its main aim is to give potentially quantum drives to ships that don't have them, and vehicles because they obviously don't fly. And that's where I see it.
And I get people who are doing mining fleets and they want to put their couple of mining ships on there and then take both their ships to the mining area and be able to use them off ships. But that seems. My question is, would you be better off getting the bigger miner ship and using that rather than varying your
exactly? Because you essentially get, like, I'm just trying to break it down. You'd get 2 prospectors and 2 rocks, and then you'd have a snub bay that's unused because there's no snub miner right now. So what do you do? What do you put on that? Do you put like a Pisces or something for scouting.
Pisces bred for you got medical.
Yeah, or medical, or just something as a scout, right? But then you're locked into those. You can't go outside those. And anytime you kind of go outside those, again, it's got those 5 pads that are built that certain way. You just don't have that flexibility.
Yeah.
No,
real.
I think there's
as you said,
I hope there's a better carrier coming down the road that's somewhere in the middle ground between the Kraken and the Liberator, and there's definitely room in there, right? Around $1,000 maybe for
easily
for that could literally be what the what do you call it? Actually, I said to you the other week, Algared, it'd be really cool if it was a modified version of the Hull series, where instead of doing the 4 panels for cargo, it just has 2 giant platforms with essentially, But again, it could also be something from Crusader that does that. You know, it's just essentially a light carrier.
There is room for a carrier, but as you said, the Liberator is a ferry. It is a shipping ship. It's something that it's one of the things that we've been saying, and I took that view right from the very beginning.
Yeah,
it was not a carrier. Anyone who thinks of a carrier needs a head read.
Yeah,
it is a shipping ship.
I think that's the other thing that I'm noticing too. Like we always talk about like medium ships and stuff like that, but medium ships can get themselves through a jump point. The main reason for a carrier is not to just lighten the load, so to speak. It is to get things through jump points. That's why you see something like the Kraken, or the Idris, and they're just dotted in small pads, because they're the ships that need the medium pads are just to refuel or whatever, right? But the small ones are literally to carry them through jump points, and that's why they've got all the small ones on them. So if we get another one, I'd expect it would just be like, and I even said this to Algared, like with the Liberator, I'd love it to be how do you put this? Like it had variants, or it was modular, so you could essentially make it so it had 5 ship pads rather than like 2 vehicle, a snub, and whatever, and maybe they like rotisserie style or some way so you can rotate them, so you can always just have 2 ships at the top, because that gives it a positive and a negative, right? So you've got the ability to flexibly rotate around, so you could just have 5 vehicles if you wanted to, so you rotate them to the bottom and then they drive off, right? But then you got to rotate them, so you can't drop all 5 at once. It's the same thing with the ships. You rotate them to the top and the ships take off. And also you can mix and match. It would fix the Liberator in almost every single way in my eyes if they could do it that way.
Although I could see that adding complexity upon complexity for that ship.
Yeah, because it makes it harder for them, but it makes it better for us. But also it's more positive than negative. So obviously that's the design restraint they wanted with the Liberator. It was that you just have to be multifunctional. But again, I think it shows that it's really just for one jump point going backwards and forwards, because you're not going to want to go really far distances. Because if you're, say for example, someone turns up and they've got 1 vehicle and 1 ship, do you wait for another 1 vehicle, 1 ship to turn up, or do you just take them through? You know what I mean? So I think it really is just designed to be a ship that goes between jump points. And they said it's needed for pyro, right? That doesn't mean it's needed for pyro. It's just needed for the jump point.
It's needed to get people through the jump point. Yeah, and we know that there are ships that don't have jump points, jump engines. You can go and you can check out ships now.
Yeah.
I've said it for years. The jump drive is a modification of your quantum drive.
Yeah.
The first jump drive was a faulty quantum drive.
So go back and look at the Liberator and just realize its limitation is you have to have 2 vehicles, 2 smalls, and 1 snub. And the fact that you can't move outside that is the real reason it's a pain in the butt, right? Because anytime you want to move outside that, you are not being optimized. You are being unoptimized. And they have, yes, it has a bit of cargo in there as well. But again, it just shows to me that they're essentially their prime thing is going to be going from station through a jump point to station and back again, and just that's it. I would not be surprised if we don't see things along the lines of titles of, as I said, of ferryman, or 2 coins on the eyes or something like that, because that's essentially what that ship is going to be. But yeah, Algared, I don't think you would disagree with me on that one.
No, as I said, 100% what you were saying at the beginning. The Liberator is a shipping ship. It's a ferry.
So Dice Gundam is a first-time chatter there on Twitch who says, could we use the Liberator as a small base of operations? Algared, I'll let you take that one.
Yeah, of course you could. Because any ship is a small base of operations.
But
You're gonna use it, but then why? But are there better ships for that?
Yeah, it just doesn't have that customization, as we said. So yeah, you could totally use it as a small Kraken, but it's also kind of a bit less defended.
It's got less support facilities than other ships, so yeah, you could, but there are better options.
Yeah, again, the customization factor. Go look at it and just start running scenarios through your head, and you become, which is what we did, and basically it's very quickly you realize it's just got this limited. How do I put this? It's like you've got two round pegs and two square pegs, and all of a sudden you're just like, yeah, I've got lots of pegs, but they don't all fit in each other's holes, so it just doesn't work properly. So yeah.
Yep.
Next question.
So Citizen Cop in the YouTube chat. Citizen Scott was pointing out that in bunker missions you tend to get the higher injuries now, which is making ships like the Cutlass Red and the C8R less effective because you can't heal those injuries as well as you may want or
Again,
need.
It'll get him into the game, and he can go upwards from there, though, can't he? So he can go up and get in first. We're just starter. We're getting him in. That's what it is, and that's what Chris told us all those years ago, and
Just get started.
one of the reasons why we do that. Yeah.
So Ray has a question. Ray says, "Sorry,
it's all right.
When do you think we will get the first science ship? I picked up the Endeavour and I'm excited for science gameplay." The first science ship is actually the Reliant Sen. What you really want to know is when are we going to get the first science gameplay? That we don't really have yet. So look forward to it with bated breath. And I think our second science ship could almost be, in a sense, the Carrack, although it's a bit more, that's branch off and goes into exploration rather than just pure science. But the Sen, that's a science ship. Only have a dedicated science ship we've got, I think. Sen and Endeavour, isn't it?
Yeah, mate. So Corpse Captain that came in before is having mic issues, but I've got a message here from Professor who says it may have got it lost in the YouTube chat, but I have a friend. So this is Corp Captain speaking, right? I have a friend of 14 years that could really use a ship. She has 3 autistic kids, and the father just left them this year. Ooh, right? Gaming is our piece, but being a single mum, I can't afford to get her one. Yeah, absolutely going to get that person a ship because that's the least we could do to help. That is, oof. Yeah, that's a load and a half. I couldn't even imagine juggling that.
Nope.
So yeah, definitely get her squared away. I think the only thing I'd ask Corpse Captain, if you can let us know, and I'm sure chat will bring it to our attention if you're still there in chat, Corpse Captain, is what type of gameplay would they be after? Just helps us pick the ship and go through and tailor it. Otherwise, I'll just give them a generalist or something. Yeah. So just let us know.
Just make sure your friend creates an account, get us their name and email, and we'll get them an account. We'll get them not an account. We'll get them a pack, game pack. You know what I meant.
Yep.
All right. While you're sorting that out, I'll do another question or two. UK of Games question: why are laser repeaters the meta, considering cannons are designed to be better at killing NPC with faster time to kill? Herd mentality or lack of knowledge? I think it's slower firing rate on the cannons versus the rapid fire of the laser repeaters, and that means if you're a bad shot, you land more shots with your repeaters rather than if you miss with a cannon, you've got a lower load rate. So I think that's part of it. I personally prefer the laser repeaters to the. In fact, I prefer the Hurston Dynamics laser repeaters to the others. Never really liked the cannons. I found them too slow. Same as I don't like ballistics. Each type of weapon will have its place, and they'll have advantages and disadvantages.
Sorry to interrupt, Algared. Can you see Corpse Captain or Captain Coyote in the waiting room at all? Can you?
I can see both of them.
Oh shit! Can you drag that last person up then, and they can talk? So Corpse Captain, Merlin them, and then drag them up.
Yeah. So what did you say?
Merlin them,
Yep.
and then drag them up. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just having this problem where literally almost every person on that list is one letter, and it's driving me batshit.
Yep. Making the Merlin. Where the Merlin?
Right-click roles.
Impossible to find. Yeah, I've got them. I've just got to find it. There it is.
Yep. And then drag them up.
And where are they? Captain, here they come.
Hey, Corpse Captain, are you there? Corpse Captain. Alright, we'll just leave them there till they speak up. Yep. And then the other person...
Didn't you say they were having mic issues, or was that...
I'm not too sure. And the other person...
here they are.
Yep.
Hello, hello.
How you doing, Corpse Captain?
How you going?
All right, how are you guys?
Good, thank you.
Fine, thank you.
We've actually played before Execute.
We probably have, but do you know how many people I talk to a day? It's a freaking nightmare. It's the worst thing, because my mum will tell me something, and then I'm like, I don't remember. And then she gets really mad. It's like, but mum, I'm like, as my job, do you know how many people I talk to? Like, or I forget someone's name, or it's
right. Yeah, totally understandable.
I can't remember it all. But yeah, so I read it out. I read out what you said to Professor, but I'd just like you to tell us in your own words. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
On what would be good for her? Okay,
Yeah.
So we've been gaming together for like 14 years. It's sort of like our escape from reality, just for our peace of mind and sanity, being moms. Yeah. So she always does something in group with me, no matter what kind of game it is. So I was thinking anything that would be like a multi-role, something that she could just go off on her own and do something, or would be useful in a group as well, would be perfect for her.
A generalship.
I'm leaning towards an upgrade, and Agri's going to look at me. Yeah, I'm going to probably upgrade one of those. We'll see. I'll work it out. But I've wrote down multi-role, and
okay.
So yeah, we've got one more ship to give away though after this one, and
yes, you have a game pack for your friend.
Just
make sure, as I said.
Awesome. Yeah, she will be so grateful.
Get her to make an account. Use your referral code so that she starts off eventually with extra credits.
Okay.
And make sure you send us her
details on Discord.
Details.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll try being in contact. I've got everyone's name. As long as you're on the Discord, that's another reason why we get you to join, because then I can just right-click people's names.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I've been here for a while.
Yeah, cool. Too easy. All right. Thank you, Corpse, for dropping by. I appreciate it. Is there
Thank you, guys.
Got any questions or anything before we send you on your way?
You got a question?
No, I think that's it.
All right. You have a good holidays.
Thank you too.
Bye.
Man, I'm giving people a chance to jump the queue.
And they're not taking it.
One's taking it, man.
All right, so the last one that I've got here that we brought in before, but they were muted, was Captain Coyote. So do you want, if you can do the same thing? Professor, if you can hear me, I know you're sending more people, but if we can get this Captain Coyote, we're done. I know there's one more person there. We might talk to them, and I'll see what I can do. But get them as a gift. All right, cool. We'll see. But yeah, Captain Coyote was here first.
Yep. Captain Coyote, are you there?
You have to mail. You did mail on him? Yeah, cool.
How you going, Captain?
Thanks.
How you doing?
Good, yeah. Sorry about the connection earlier. I was trying to listen to the stream at the same time.
Happens, man.
Okay, so who are you after an account for, and why?
Well, it's a friend of mine in work. He's the kind of guy who would give you his shirt off his back, and him and his partner had a couple of kids recently, and they've been pulled left, right, and center because fortunately their first kid had some special needs, so they have to kind of like travel pretty far away to get therapy and stuff. So money's tight, crash for the kids as well, so it's really kind of difficult. He used to be kind of a big gamer. He hasn't been able to play in don't know how long, and he doesn't really have the spare income. So I was really hoping, I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but to try and get him into Star Citizen. I think it's the kind of thing he'd really enjoy, you know.
Citizen. Definitely a bad thing. He's got so much time.
And money. Yeah.
What type of gameplay would you say they're into?
He's like, so he's into base building, and he's into basically cargo. I would say would be the best bet. Cargo or something along those lines. Yeah, he's a real kind of community kind of guy, less of a PvP or PvEer.
Yeah, well, we'll get you a game pack, and may or may not do something extra to it, but
we'll see. Yeah,
I'm bending to your pension execute.
Yes, I know. I've got one written down here called sorry. You got any more questions?
Yeah, if you got a question, now's your chance to ask.
No,
jump the queue.
I just wanted to say thanks very much, guys, for everything you guys do. I mean, I'm a recent comer to the kind of Inforunners kind of community, and I have to say you guys are awesome, and you give a real awesome vibe amongst the people who were there. And I originally just came in for CCU help, and it's just yeah, thank you very much.
No, you're more than welcome, man. Yep. All right. You have a good one. Good holidays, man, and yeah, you get a package there out to your friend. Take care, mate.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Take care. You too.
Yeah. Bye. You too.
Right, so the last one there, Algared, that Professor sent me, but I can't find them in voice chat, is a person called Adachi. Can you see that? Adachi?
I can.
You want to mail on them and drag them up for me, please?
I will.
Now, we don't actually have a game pack left, but I'll just go buy another one. If this is a good one, Algared, we'll go buy them.
Yeah, we'll take care of them.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Adachi, when you get in here.
Yep.
All right, Adachi, how you doing, man?
Hello. I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Getting there.
Tell us.
Getting sleepy.
Yep, it's getting that time of day where it's
a little bit late here today too. So
yeah. So it says you got a friend who just graduated from college.
Yes. He ended up recently graduating. He ended up getting an accounting major. He got a bachelor's in it, and it seems like he's kind of running into a tough spot right now. Been about a month. He's been applying to multiple places, but he just can't really seem to get anything to stick, you know? So I thought this would just be a nice way to give him a little gift. I know he likes this game a lot, so I thought this would be like a nice way to just give him something.
So, Algared, do we get free accounting for life if we give this guy a starter pack? Sounds like a bargain to me.
Yeah. I think we get a run of accountant. Sounds good.
Oh, we're kidding, of course. But yeah, all right. What type of gameplay would you say your mate's into, Adachi?
He's actually pretty into bounty hunting. Like, he used to play Elite Dangerous a lot, and that's something he used to do. Okay. So I think he would be into it.
All right, putting down bounty hunting. All right. I think that's everyone. Is there any questions, Adachi, that you have before we send you on your way, mate?
No questions, but honest to God, thank you so much, man. Like,
more than welcome.
He's been kind of going through a rough spot, so I just wanted to think of a way to help him out. So I really appreciate you guys, man.
No.
Thank you for everything.
No, you're more than welcome. You got to. By the way, I should actually say this before I will send you on your way. But yeah, thanks, Adachi. I'll catch you soon. Bye, mate.
All right, thank you.
Right. Is a lot of these ships today came from CIG? I do want to actually point that out. So that they're not all from us. There is ones from CIG. There's also ones from members in the community and stuff like that. So this is a community effort. I think we can safely say that, Algared, yeah?
Yep. So CIG do support us quite heavily, and we've got quite a few ships there that have over the year been granted by them or have been given to us specifically for this giveaway. We've also got ships from within our Patreon supporters. So Ned, I can't remember his last name. Ned has
Nightmare Ned.
Nightmare Ned has donated 3 of those ships for us, and then we'll also do some of those things ourselves. So so always appreciated when we get that help. It's certainly stuff that we would not be able to do without CIG, you, or the community. So again, thank you for that. Thank you for the super chats we've been getting as well. That has been awesome and humbling. But on that note, we can go back to questions, and I'm gathering we've got about
20 minutes and 500 questions. So yeah,
Yep.
it's rapid fire. Like you've got it. Your life depends on it. So go nuts.
Yep. So cheese
I'll
bread.
cut the
will
bar
be-
off though.
Yep. So cheese bread says, will the arrestor be able to arrest? Well, if I'm under arrestor, I'm under arrest. Yes, if you're under an arrestor, you are under arrest, but that's about all it will do. Thank you for that attempted tongue twister, you evil person. Pre-Sol, in the Drake Week video, when you discussed the Drake mule, I had ideas of its uses. What do you think about the mule being an ammunition gear runner? Idea would be have a mule
cool.
in a small ship that can land in a small landing place with a mule preloaded to take off the moment the door opens. Or CIG could add a bed module to the mule for transporting players back to a small ship.
I'm picturing some guy on the Kraken like just
I could see.
See ya! It's just like you gotta go rescue him because he's tumbled off into space.
Yep, I could also see the mule being, having a med bed type transportation type vehicle option as well. So yes, but since we're doing fast questions, that's all we're going to do.
That'd be cool, actually, though. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, 666 Syndicate. Thanks for answering my question. No problem. North Peak. Do you believe CIG will add capital refinery ship to support a large mining fleet with easier resource transfer between ships?
Yeah, it's one of the ones we've speculated on.
Yep. Timon, what do you think about the state of the ground combat? So what do you think of the state of ground combat? I think it needs a complete rework on how useless the ground vehicles are in both usability and usefulness. Ground will get a rework, so they'll actually change the train so that wheels and tracks actually crunch them and move. So vehicles won't be as bound to the terrain. They are reworking the way AI or NPCs can move vehicles on land as well.
I think he means more specifically the vehicles, but I think you need to wait until there's more of them. Like there's only 20 at the moment, and they're gonna have 100 of them, they've stated. So we are really in the infancy still of vehicles. So just wait till they come down the line. Even ones that just look stupid as well. Like a lot of the time they'll make something that looks cool, and then they'll come back and balance it in, right? So like even things like the Storm, a lot of people hate where that sits right now, myself included. I know Algared's not too happy with it either. But again, I know they'll come back and they'll make the upgrades to it that they need to make. And that's why one of the, when they leave things vague, like that's why they give them bespoke weapons, because then they can just make that whatever it needs to be to fix that hole.
Yep. 100%. Yeah. Dave Willis, capital ships. What kind of planning, support, and time will be needed to set up org gameplay on a large scale?
This much.
I think it's the same type of planning you need when you're doing a raid in an org.
Yeah. And there'll be pros and cons to orgs as well, because the bigger something gets, the more ugly it becomes. So I can't remember where it was where they were talking about this week, but they were talking about like how orgs will eventually get so big where they won't give two shits about their certain members. It's like, well, I'm raiding, and this is and it happened in WoW too, where you'd have that core 25 people at the top, and all the other, like there might be another 25 below trying to get into that group, and it just or they had multiple raiding groups, but everyone was trying to get to the top ones, because if they're in that secondary group, there were just people that weren't good enough, Again, got to remember, it's not exactly raids, it's a bit of combat here, you see? So numbers will become a factor as well, But again, if your org is bigger, then you'll have more issues, because the more people you have, just like real life, more holes, more distrust, someone might not be there that's happy, or malcontent, smaller group, less malcontent. You can see where this is all going. There's pros and cons to everything. So
smaller group, you can't run the bigger ships as effectively as in a larger group, but less cat herding. So
it all balances out, ironically.
It does balance out, and so it's a bit harder to answer that question than just go cheese bread. How likely is it that I get Luminalia pants and shoes? CIG works hard to make sure my character has so many free shirts but remains pantless.
This is true.
That's true.
We got a jumpers last year and undersuits. So
Didn't we get
I guess technically you
Yeah, it
got
was-
pants because it's an undersuit.
Yeah,
so
but undersuit was kind of pants. So it was kind of a
Yeah.
onesie.
yeah, onesie.
Oh,
God,
yeah, so
I can't unsee you in like a winter onesie now for Christmas.
it ain't happening.
I can just
Hey,
see
for the
you
summer.
walking around in a onesie.
Hey,
yeah.
could you imagine Australians in a winter onesie at
Oh,
40 degrees?
yeah.
Help me, I'm melting, I'm
Yeah,
melting.
or you know those ones where they have the prints and stuff. Like a friend of mine during
Yep.
the week had a shirt and it had like a shirt and tie on it, but it was a
Yep.
shirt. So, but for us, it
Yep.
would be like the wife beater, or
Yep, yep.
with the Fosters or something. But yeah, I don't know. Though we never drink Fosters here. It's just a
No,
thing.
that's the
Yeah,
export stuff. That's the
yeah,
rubbish that we
yeah,
export.
yeah. Get rid of the shit.
That's
Right.
right.
Next
Indian
one.
Feather,
Yep.
do you need more ships for the giveaway?
Again, there is a channel down there
Yep.
called Ship. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't check it.
Actually, didn't check that.
I have a package Solian starter pack that would like to give someone. Hang on, I'm gonna drag him up.
So,
Hang on, I'll set him to Merlin and drag him up. He's playing Stars right now. Indian Feather, you there, mate? Kyle, you there? Nope, he's not talking.
he's probably playing.
All right.
That's okay.
I'll leave him there and see if he starts speaking. But maybe he can that starter pack to Adachi. So yeah, yeah,
That extra pack that we
yeah.
said we'd get might be already taken care of. That's cool. If it is, if it's not, doesn't matter. We'll still get one. Or we'll have another one to give away.
Yeah.
Go back to the questions, cause
Go around. Hi, guys.
Oh, hey,
Hey,
Kyle.
Indian.
We can use that pack of yours to give to Adachi if you want. Kyle,
Yeah.
that work for you? All right, so I'll get Adachi's details sent off to you, and you can get that gifted off to him. He needs a bounty
Okay.
hunting ship, but the Solian will work for that because it's got the gun rack and the the armor. And if that's not the best fit, then I'll send you one of the other people's. Right, so we're gonna work it out at the end, which goes for what.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for that,
Awesome.
Kyle.
Very good.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
The other
well,
thing
well,
that
someone-
I haven't
Actually,
told
someone-
people is when you give ships away like this, we give you a permanent role on the Discord, which is a Mako. So you will permanently now always have a Mako role on the Discord,
Awesome.
no matter what level of support
Awesome.
you give us. So yeah. All right, Kyle, I'll drop you back down so you can keep playing with the others. Thank you for that, mate. I really
All right.
appreciate it, mate.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, see you, bud. Bye. All right.
So Cheesebread says, where is the Mystical Lion in the meta anymore? Do you think this will be a reconcept, or do you think this just needs a gold pass? Is the Tanner, etc., just a paper target or something to fear? I always thought the Reliant was a joke. Didn't matter how good it was. From the moment they named it the Reliant, I saw the Reliant Robin, but
I think it
Top
really
Gear's the-
I think it really needs a massive buff.
It does.
And I actually think it should be the most advanced of the advanced starters.
Given the way they sold it, yeah.
Well, it's designed for 2 people.
Yep.
We now have a Nomad and a Solian that are designed for 1 that are in the similar price range, right?
Yep.
But it really only has the facilities of a 1-player ship. You and I have talked about this to the cows come home. There's all those room in the wings.
Yep.
Just
to
double
add
the
extra
amount of cargo
features
that thing's got and put it out into the wings and essentially give it a price to match. I would pump it all the way up to now $100 easily. Right behind the Cutlass. Not even kidding. You know?
But, as I said, I've always thought it as something as a bit of a joke because to me, the name just went Reliant Robin.
Yeah.
And it was top, you remember the episodes of Top Gear where they had their little, and they would give it so much crap. They'd roll it, they'd tip it, they'd they sent it up and they turned it into a rocket and sent it up into the,
Yeah, if you made all the variant, like 2 of the variants $105 and 2 of the variants $100, I think people would be fine. So like maybe the core and the Mako are 100 and the Tanner and the Senna are 105 or something like that, And I think people would be fine with that. because they're getting upgraded of the ship if they own it, and it's getting buffed. Win-win-win, and they'll sell more of them, won't they?
As long as they upgrade it and don't try and do it in its current state, because
the upgrades,
yeah.
Needs
to get rid.
Algared, you got to say hello to someone. Freya Altara says hi, Algared. Apparently they hate my guts, but they love you. Yeah.
What can I say?
Yeah. And thank you, Afro Snowman, for the 100 bits. I just noticed that for first time chat. Thank you, Afro. Appreciate it. Right. Is there anything else? There is.
Yeah. So Cheesebread says, "Man, I'm biased, but I agree with Inforunners. Execute, but it needs a buff."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll get it. Like, I think we can all agree. Like, they've seen them, like, ships get into a really shitty spot. And they all eventually come around and fix them. Like, you can think back to the Cutlass. You know.
Yeah.
We know the Freelancer will get it. We know the Conan will get it. Like the Retaliator is getting one right now. It's just time in the sun, time in the place. You know, just wait for it to come around.
And, you know, it's one of those things we've always said. The later a ship comes out, or later it's reconcepted or whatever, the better it is.
I think we'd all agree though, and I don't even need to do a poll on this because I know this community will have to know. I think the starter ships are the ones that need to be worked on first, because that's people's first impression, and it's just shit. If you log into a game, it's like, why is this crap?
Yeah, so, I've always, it's one of the problems I get with the Mustang and the Aurora, as you know. I'm a great proponent of the idea of what makes this game so different from every other game is the fact that you can walk around your ship, and you are not the ship when you're flying it. You are the pilot. And yet those ships just turn you into the ship, essentially, because you can't, just missed opportunity. But yeah.
Oh, what the hell? A moderator turned up. Are you serious, Ash? Do you know how long we've been waiting for a mod to turn up? Almost the entire show. We're 9 minutes. You got 9 minutes left, and you turn up in the last 9 minutes, Ashra.
Don't run away.
Oh, you're a sugar.
I'll run away.
Ashra, speak up. So we actually had to pull someone in to actually help. We had a great volunteer. Professor turned up and organized everyone. And he went beyond the call.
I can talk. That's not the issue, mate.
Yeah, I know you're probably working or some shit. But yeah, like none of you mods are around. So, like,
yeah, I got home like 10 minutes ago, man. It's hectic.
Yeah. No problem.
It happens.
All right, well, can you go down and relieve Professor for me in the waiting room? I think they're all good, though, down there now. I think he's done everything.
I think everyone's been done down there.
Give him a big thank you for us, if you would be so
Hey,
good.
Lemming.
And Lemmington.
Will do.
Slack asses in the last
game.
Always
I'm not slack asses. They've just moved to finally get 3.
I just, you know what I'm like. I don't mean that.
I know.
Literally, I just mean that as in you.
I know you. You're being you.
Right. How many questions have we got left, Algared?
I don't know. Lots.
I don't think so.
Not that many.
Yeah.
Not that many.
Yeah.
Cheese bread. We've done that one.
Probably got about 10 left.
Yep. So Clever Ghost. Follow up onto the Endeavour question. Endeavour equals mobile mining HQ. Could be.
I'd lean more to a... Oh, that's tough. You could technically put the extended life support, the cargo module, and the hangar on it. So yes.
Yes.
But would it be the most optimized choice? I would say no. There would be other better choices.
Oh, look. Yeah, there'd be better choices you could do, but, you know.
If that's all you've got, yeah, absolutely.
If that's what you want. If that's what you need, then if you don't need a super collider, then why put the super collider on it? If you don't need the telescope, why put the telescope on it?
Yeah.
If they're the elements you need to make your fleet work, then that, even though it may not be the best, the most expeditious use of that ship, if that's what you need and that's what the ship configuration needs to be to make that fleet work, then that's the best ship at that point.
It's kind of the multi-role ships in general, aren't they? They're not the best at that particular thing, but they are, because of their flexibility, they can move and adapt. So yeah.
The other thing with those modules, the extra crew and fuel module and type, those modules for Endeavour are dirt cheap, and so it'd be a significantly cheaper than say having.
Well, yeah, it could be the ones you start out with, couldn't it?
Yeah. So yeah. Indigestion. Jacob says, for new players, do you think there is a ship right now that stands out as an all-rounder? I'm nervous spending money on ships that won't be usable for solo play when engineering is in. We've always thought the Titan is a brilliant starter ship.
Yeah.
That is an all-rounder.
I think if you want to go, and then up from that is going to those 2-player ones, so like the Cutlass, the Freelancer, the C1, any of those are probably, put it this way, as a long-term investment, if you've got the money to go into the mediums, I think you're going to get far more use out of those, and it's that whole thing of scalability. So a capital ship and a small ship can only scale down, where the medium ship or a large ship can go up and down. And I think, again, if not knowing the flexibility of them essentially yet, or the more use, the medium ones are probably the safest way to go.
Yeah.
From having to invest less. So, you know, things like Spirits. I think the Spirit will be a really good safe one because of its speed. It's built around speed. So you're getting the cargo to A to B pretty fast, but you are, the problem you're going to come into is other people trying to get shit off you. So eventually that their weaknesses, they won't often get caught, but when they're caught, they're caught. They're like, they ain't getting out of there. So
yeah. Whereas ships like the MR will have that less cargo, but they've then got that versatility of better combat, and so there's, you know, yin and yang, plus of the minus of every ship.
No,
but I think you're right. But
ship.
There's no perfect ship. But I think you're right. It's those medium ships, and they're the Goldilocks zone. You know, you do the small ships, the big ships, then the medium ships. Why? Because the medium ships are the ones that everyone will go, but the big ships are going to get lots of money.
It's kind of like that whole argument, and man, I got flamed for it massively at the time, but when we were talking about the Aristrata, people can see the Aristrata is more flexible, as it should be, but it's just not the same value as an Orion, and that was our argument that me and Paul were having in that episode, and we don't disagree. The funny thing is we agreed with each other, but people saw that as that we were disagreeing with each other, which is kind of weird.
Yeah. Man, they haven't really hurt us when we disagree.
Oh, Algared, we've got something to look at. The Aristrata QNA apparently just dropped, so let's go have a quick look at that, because we've got no AIE this week, because, well, technically we're meant to be wrapping up here.
Yes.
But if we can extend it just ever so slightly, we'll put it this way, the last time we ended, it was literally like less than half an hour and it had dropped. So if we can push the show for half an hour, we'll probably get an ISC. All right, let's kick this over and we'll go through this and see how useless these questions are. So how do the Aristrata refining capabilities compare to ships like the Expanse, Orion, and Galaxy? Now, that's a really damn good question. The Aristrata has 2 reactors that allow it to run 2 separate orders concurrently. These reactors are much larger than the 6 found in the Expanse, allowing orders to contain a much higher quantity of goods. While the number of player-controlled refinings are still being worked out, and we don't want to give specifics, expect each reactor to be able to refine around the same amount as an Expanse can in one go. Compared to the Galaxy's refining module, these reactors are about the same capacity. Naturally, compared with the Orions, they are significantly smaller. So smaller, small. But the funny thing is, compared to the Galaxy's refining module, these reactors are about the same capacity. So that means it is 2 larges.
Yeah, which is what we said.
Wow, that's
we did say that they looked.
That kind of makes the refining module in the Galaxy kind of shit. All of a sudden, you know.
Well, doesn't the Galaxy have 2 as well?
Yeah, but like, I guess that's leading into what I was saying about the flexibility. Like,
oh yes, but the Erasta's also got mining as well as that. So
it's kind of funny when you look at the Erasta next to the Galaxy and know that the Galaxy's $380 and the Erasta is almost double the price, and they are on par in many different. Oh, that's crazy to me. I don't know. So it's definitely going to outdo the Expanse, is what it says there. Able to refine around the same amount as an Expanse can in one go. So it's essentially, the Expanse has 6 smaller ones. So that means essentially 3 smalls is equal to 1 large. That's what I'm reading there.
Which has always been the the
Well,
way
it-
they work.
Well, it also, I think, means there is no mediums. Based on what they just said there, there's only a small and large refinery, and obviously probably a capital, like you've alluded to. That's interesting.
But
Okay.
the difference there is while the Arastra and Galaxy can do all the Expanse's cargo in one hit in one refinery. The difference is the Expanse can have 6 different orders and 6 different types of material being done at a time, whereas the Arastra or the Galaxy can only have 2 different types of mineral going at the same time. So there's still a value of the Expanse, but you're talking smaller amounts rather than large amounts. And then the question is, will the Expanse be quicker? Will the Arastra and Galaxy be quicker at doing that process, or will it be slower because it's a larger amount? So there are things we still don't know, and that answer seemed to indicate they still haven't worked it out yet.
So
just got the sizes worked.
This next one's interesting too, because I have questions after this. So it says, is the Arastra able to refine Quantanium? If so, is it able to create its own fuel and use it? It can refine Quantanium as a resource, but has no way to put it back into the fuel tanks. So Quantanium is purely generated as a commodity to sell. Now, I've seen pictures of this thing being able to unload its boxes. It's got these unloader things that load the boxes from the Arastra. So technically, if you could unload enough, you could get to that Quantanium and then jerry can it back in.
Yes.
Which is what they've talked about in the past. So you could definitely jerry can in a pinch. So I think that's how I read that. Would you read that as in, yes, you could do it if you absolutely have to?
Yeah, it's not made with a system where from the storage tanks you could just pump it into your fuel tank, which makes sense. But if you take the cargo off, you could hand refuel, or if you've got a drone, you could use the drone to suck the can dry and then refuel. Yeah, that's how I'd say it. Will that be the case? Maybe, maybe not.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's how I read it.
Algared, I'm just rereading because both the mods just pointed out something. So in that first question, it says, worked out, we don't want to give specific, but expect each reactor to be able to refine about the same amount as an Expanse. So that means a large reactor is equal to 6 smalls.
Yep.
So there
That's
still
right.
could be mediums. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, I've misunderstood then. So I'm the dumb one in this case.
But I do think the 6 small reactors, you could have, Quantanium, lithium. You could have 6 different things going. Whereas in the 2 refineries, you're only going to have 1 in each refinery. So,
yeah, but I would have expected 3 mediums to equal a large. But again, from what they've said there, if it's 6 smalls equals 1 large, therefore 2 mediums equals. You get where I'm going with this pretty quickly. It doesn't quite. It's not quite the same.
A large and medium, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not. We're not sure yet. Again, there's missing components to all this. We're just putting it all together, obviously, as we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Next question.
How do the Arastra's mining capabilities compare with ships like the Prospector, Mole, and Orion? It sits between the Mole and the Orion, with larger lasers capable of cracking harder rocks at greater distance than the Mole. So it can sit back further and basically crack bigger rocks, which is pretty expected, yeah?
Yep, and being able to sit back further, if you overcharge the rocket blows up, you take less damage.
But also you're putting more power into the rock, so it'll be a bigger explosion to begin with, so you're back to where you started. Are the mining lasers on the Arastra bespoke? What are the benefits of a size 3 mining laser? They are not bespoke and will have upgrade paths like other mining lasers in the game. Sizing wise, they simply provide greater range and energy output by default, which is pretty. Again, those last 2 questions are pretty much logic based, and they're dead. They're dead to me. Yep. Will it be possible to take material from the ore bags onto the ship to refine it, such as the ones in? Will it be possible to take on material ore bags onto the ship to refine it, such as ones on the Prospector? Yes, the Astra has 2 ports on it capable of taking ore bags from the Prospector and Mole and refining. So there you go. That's probably what that door is underneath in the middle.
Yeah,
You know, the
and
door,
kind of ask that question: what role do you need a galaxy for if you've got an arrestor?
Yeah. If you're really into mining now and you've got a galaxy, I'd seriously consider upgrading to the Aristrata. If you're way into that mining vein and you brought the galaxy as the refiner.
Yeah, you don't need
You
it.
don't need
get
it
the
no
galaxy
more.
refiner. You
No,
get the
not at
galaxy.
all.
You get the arrestor and work
Not
from
to
there.
mention all the cargo, extra cargo as well. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. If you brought that thing for the refinery and you got the money, yeah, get the hell out.
But you know, realistically, when we looked at the galaxy, what did we see? The galaxy was really the galaxy was your medical bay, your cargo ship, and your manufacturing plant. The refinery really wasn't really seen as being, you know,
there's probably
one
other
of the main ones.
There's definitely other downsides that we can't see here yet either, right? On paper. So just to throw it out there, maybe the galaxy flies faster or better, more VTOLs or whatever, right? But again, you got to go look at every single little thing and compare them. And we don't have everything yet. Just like they said, they leave things vague and specific so they can work it out why they're building it.
Yep.
All right. Does the ship have a VTOL mode for planetary mining? Yes, there are dedicated VTOLs built into the ship that allow it to hover above the surface of planets, which is what you and I
we said.
Yeah. Which was pretty obvious. Again, so that's 3 obvious ones out of 10. Does the ship have a dedicated vehicle bay, or is it in? Are you serious? Does the ship have a dedicated vehicle bay, or is the internal 64 SCU cargo bay used for this purpose? What's the largest vehicle to be able to fit? The vehicle bay is in the center of the cargo area. However, the two coexist with the cargo grids being available at the edges of the room. The central space is designed to hold 2 rocks or 2 Ursa rover-sized vehicles. That is 2 large vehicles. So that would be one Centurion.
Yeah.
2 mediums, sorry, 2 mediums. So that you could technically fit a large in there if the height is high enough. But you couldn't do the you know what the other way you could look at it though is just the trailer off the MCV. If that trailer does detach, so something me and you've been talking about. So
if it does attach, then you could tractor it in, tractor it out. Yep.
Yeah. Does the external ore storage use standard SCU containers, unrefined ore bags, or something new? They are standardized SCU containers to allow for a huge amount of interplayability with other vehicles for in the universe. For example, when offloading and transporting cargo. So they don't look like regular saddlebags, though, do they, Algared?
No.
So maybe they're an
that's what I said.
Maybe they're. Sorry?
That's why they're standard SCU containers.
Yeah.
Which makes it, and I could see, you know, both saddlebag ideas using the SCU container means it's easier to convert it over to any other cargo ship.
But it does accept the saddlebags too. So.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Which seats can control the missiles on the Arastra? The pilot seat has control over the missiles. There you go. Well, it gives the pilot something to do then, doesn't it?
Yeah, pilot's got a job to do.
I find that one a little bit, I don't know. Is that really that important?
No.
Yeah, and I'm going to give that a 0.5 point. Are there any other entry points in the Astra aside from the rear ramp? There is a huge docking collar on the side of the ship, as well as a central crew elevator that goes to the ground. Oh, that's what that is. Yep, that confirms that. What amenities are there aboard the Arastra? Crew quarters, storage, weapon, armor racks, medical, etc.
Didn't they talk about that?
I think they did. The Aristrata has a shared bunk area for the crew and a separate shared habitation area for them to relax and prepare food. There are no dedicated medical rooms on board. Why would they be? There are integrated weapons and suit storage facilities, but no dedicated armory. Yeah, again, it's not an everything ship.
Yep.
It's a mining ship.
Made perfect sense. But no.
So what? I'd say 4.5. So half the questions have gone.
Were there any questions or answers there that really took your world or took it beyond what you expected?
There was a couple.
Maybe the couple at the top, but most of them were what you expected 100% to be.
Yeah.
Like,
nothing that really changed my thought process. I think the most interesting one is this very first one with the reactors, because that told me more about refining. That was probably the most interesting one for me. What about you? Same or?
Yeah, I think definitely that first one. Well, look at how long we spent talking about the questions. We spent probably 5-10 minutes talking about that first question.
Yeah.
Compared to every other question.
I think I think the other one is the ore bags. I think that was important to know that it can actually work with the other ships. Yeah. Because that could have been a bespoke thing of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
You know, I almost would have given that to Galaxy. So here you go, you can have all the small ships, and we can't do that. But again, they've decided against that.
But having done that, it now basically killed the Galaxy as using the refining module.
I think it just it gives it that option. So again, you can kind of tell that if they've got shit luns or they want to speed it up, they can do that. Again, look at it this way: you have multiple moles turn up to that. You can see pretty quickly how it can still be useful. But for me, if you are a dedicated miner,
then you go over.
Like if you put it this way, would you rather have a mole in a Galaxy or an Aristrata?
I'd go to Astra.
And if you work it out on price, they are the same.
Yeah.
It's it's 380 plus 315, so it's technically a little more to have the two, but they're you know what I mean. Like I'm talking $20 difference between those two. So what's easier to manage, one ship or two? And I think most people would. Yeah. But also you do get the extra things with the Galaxy, obviously. So again, might speak to its price. Interesting. Right. Back to your questions, please, good sir.
Cheesebread says in chat, I don't care how many dumb questions they answer, as long as they aren't evading the burning issue.
Well, that's how
my question is, but that's the problem. That's the problem we have. Often there's really key issues that are avoided, and they get around it by answering those questions that just seem so obvious or logical.
Lemming does have a good point there too. He goes, what if they use the missiles for mining, like blowing the rocks apart?
Yep.
That could be a thing. Yeah, maybe.
I do make that a thing. That'd be awesome.
I wouldn't call them missiles though. I call them depth charges. You know, like in you know from the episode 3? Was it episode 2? I can't even remember now. That'll just be mad. Like it just shatters all the rocks. That'd be sick. Right.
So Mark C Z7 says, is it worth buying a Galaxy and an Apollo triage for medical gameplay? Sort of new to Star Citizen.
A Galaxy and an Apollo? Is that what they said?
Yep, that's what they said. I have a CCU for both ships building it. I would say it really depends on your use, but the Galaxy Medical has 3 of the lowest tier bed, 2 of the medium, and 1 of the top bed.
Yep.
And so you can do all medical. It's like a mini hospital.
And I would probably counter that with the Apollo is more dedicated to the medical, and it's got less people to run it.
Yeah.
So that to me, I think the real takeaway would be the number of people.
Yeah. The downside for the Apollo though is while it's got 2 medical wings, each at which you could have either 3 of each wing could either have 3 of the lowest tier bed, 2 of the middle tier bed, or 1 of the top tier bed. So
you could also essentially just take the Galaxy and earn down to the Apollo too.
Yep, you could. So the hard thing is the Apollo offers more ability to heal the low tier injuries because you get 6 beds.
Well, you can customize it more too. That's a strength of it as well. Yeah.
It gives you the ability to cure more of a middle tier because you could have 4 beds instead of 2.
Yeah.
Or it gives you the ability to have more of top tier because you could have 2 beds instead of 1.
So flexibility in the Apollo, but
more flexibility,
but everything in the Galaxy, yeah.
But with the Apollo, you're always going to miss out on one of those tiers because you've only got the 2 wings.
But then you're limited in your flexibility in the Galaxy, so it all weirdly balances out, which is perfect.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what you're looking at. And we've got a hypertrain incoming.
Yeah, hang on. I can't scroll back up. There was someone else that thingoed with Prime I wanted to read first. So it was Chicken Biscuit, thank you for the Twitch subscription with the Prime.
And then you had something from Hook.
And then Hook 2005 has given a bunch of tier 1 subs to Diffies, One Punch Down, Witch Space, I'm Caffeine Fiend, Surge Oz, Green of DK, The Only Spiff, Forklip, Slave Gunner, and Mick Badgers. Hey, actually, Badgers got a subscription. Thank you for that, Hook. I appreciate it a lot. The other thing I will point out while I'm taking the opportunity to say enjoy your emotes is I actually added a bunch of animated emotes that I took time to do this week. So I did these, Algared. I'll just post these in so you can see. I did these three. I also made some free ones. And so there's a free one for you, and there's a Captain Roberts one and one for me. So that's all the ones I added this week.
There you go, Lena Maria. You used a emoji for me, but I think you wanted it on YouTube, didn't you?
I'd have to go find it. If there's a free slot, I will. I don't think there's one for me on there either, man. I think it's because it's a lot more limited.
Earlier in chat, I saw Lena Maria saying you needed a petition for one. But
let me see if I can actually open it and show it on stream what it looks like. Hold on.
So I hope, Mark, that answered your question about the Apollo and Galaxy. It's a bit hard to give an absolute detailed answer. If you were if you only want one of those ships and you're looking at building a chain, going from having them both included, and then would make sense as well. But yeah. North Peak, while you're setting it up.
Oh, it's not going to work though because it's trying to put the white background in and it's white.
Yeah.
I'll flick it over, but it's going to be really hard for people to see. So what I did was I took the Colonel Sanders from KFC, if you've seen that, and I modified it to look like Algared. So I took the hair off, I got rid of the strap things, and I made it blue and turned it into a bow tie. And I also modified the beard a little bit to look more like Algared's. And I think I had to play with the glasses as well. But yeah, anyway, it does look like Algared. So yeah,
it does, unfortunately.
AFC. We call it what was it? Tavaran fried chicken. TFC.
Fried Tavaran.
Yeah.
AFK.
Admiral Algared's Kentucky Fried Tavaran.
Yep.
Finger
Actually,
looking
it should
good.
be HFT.
What's HFT?
Hurston Fried Tavaran.
Yeah, we're gonna try that. HFT.
Yep.
All right, we'll try that
HFT.
then. Admiral
Doesn't
Algared's Hurston Fried
HFT.
Tavaran.
Doesn't fly off the tongue as well.
No. We'll work something out eventually. So yeah.
Worse than getting also hides.
I think this one's another one that I like. So this was a really old one I made. I'll just show you this one when I can find it. God, I always lose it. There it is. It's this one. Because I just think this is funny. Which is Space Pirate Roberts. So I took
Chris.
No, that's Chris and
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp's from and put his face on it.
Yep.
It looks awkwardly bad, but it's still funny.
It does. North Peak has a question. Do you believe that they will add a larger vehicle for mining, like a mobile drilling truck? I would love them to.
Yeah.
I've often said I'd love to see a sand miner or something like that. So yeah. Lyrium, and do you think Squadron 42 will release around the same time as Grand Theft Auto 6? If so, that could be a very bad thing. I think we answered that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, I think it's going to be before. I think we can safely say it's going to be before. Star Citizen will probably be after, but Squadron 42 I think will be before. And again, I think they appeal different enough to different people, but not only that, I think there is room for multiple games. I think the fact that there are more and more games coming online kind of speaks to that.
I do think, like as I said earlier, Grand Theft Auto isn't my jam, but I think the style of those two games is, as you were just hinting at, varied enough that I don't think it'd have too big an impact. It may, but may not.
Yeah.
Morbid Mind. I feel like an ass. I'm the only person that asks a question not like this. I don't get it.
Better feeling like an ass than looking like an ass.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow, level 4 hype train. What the hell? Okay, thank you. Sorry, man, I need to look at Twitch more often. Thank you very much. I did also add a custom emote. I'll have to do that. But yeah, I think it was the tier 6 when I updated, because that's where we got to last time. This Twitch just got more emotes than sense, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how Twitch works, to be honest. I don't know how they do their monetization or anything. It's just it's alien. It's weird.
Yeah, we're learning. We're learning. We'll just ask the Twitch people and they'll tell us. Yeah. Is that what a hype train is? Someone on Twitch, can someone tell us that? It's just like lots of people subbing at the same time or giving bits. Is that what it is? I'm sure someone will let us know. Yeah. Right.
Citizen Erokun. If you go to our channel and go into the waiting room, you may be in luck. You may not be, but you may be in luck.
You may be. None of the mods are in there though, so I think you're shit out of luck. But they might pop back down and have a look in a minute.
But Lemming or Ashram might drop down into that waiting room and
But we are technically all out of packages now. We were technically meant to finish 20 minutes ago too, but we're trying to hang out to see if they're going to drop ISC, because that's what they did last time. They dropped it half an hour after. Maybe they're just really busy at the moment, and that's why they're coming later, Algared. But
as in our waiting room on Discord.
Yeah. We've only got 3 questions left, so we'll move along. And yeah, oh yeah, that was the other one I added because I thought it'd be handy. I added the Discord CIG one I made. I added that to Twitch as well, so when people go around, they can at CIG them. I don't know. I thought that was a good one. Just added that to our free tier because there's a. Yeah.
Didn't they say? Citizen Scott says, didn't they say no ISC this week, or just no?
I linked it to you, didn't I?
You did
earlier this week, and I'm pretty sure there was an image Thursday, December 7th, which is today.
Yep,
Inside Star Station structural salvage.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. So yeah,
that's the one I was talking about. I thought, I was looking forward to that.
Maybe that's why it's a little late. They had to get it edited or something. So yeah.
All right.
Wait, ISC this week, no SCL. Yeah. So there is ISC, no Star System Live. Yeah. So
we do have it. I think we had so Erocon and I think Rusty Pigeon popped into our waiting room. So Asher, if you want, Asher has already taken care of him by the look of it because he's popped down there.
Yeah, no promises on that because we really are out of starter packs and no one else has come forward since Indian. I'll double check though. Want to do another question, Algared? No new ones.
Demonic says, do you think Star Citizen will create new lore events like Luminalia or Invictus that start from 2954 onwards? If they decide they need them, they will. Or they'll just create them as being... I could see them doing events in, say, a new system that has this event that's been going for years, but only gets introduced in the year when that system starts. But
I think that's the funny thing is there's still the human tie-in, as in it's tied to our world. So you have Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day. It would be kind of cool to have an event where there is just nothing. Like it really is a true in-game celebration of the game.
We do have Traveller's Day, which is I think it's the end of Luminalia, where the on the sunrise you travel to a new location.
So Algared, I'm going to ask you a question real quick. Do you want me to turn the bot back on and we'll just keep going until ISC drops, or do you just want to call it here? I'll leave it up to you.
We can go for a little bit longer, but I do have to go out today. So
how long are you got?
Let's see, it's 8:30. I've got about an hour.
All right, you heard Algared. The bot is back up, so it probably will suck in some of your questions in a sec. I know that
one of pages of questions suddenly appear up.
So we'll just keep going until hopefully Algared runs out of time. There you go. We just got another just double the questions in 5 seconds.
No.
You can stay, but you can never leave.
Yeah, it's a hotel. It's the Light Hotel California.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So we've got a few more there.
Yep. So we've done that one. Cheese bread.
Yeah, we're the other thing I'll say is at the questions end, we end usual state of
as usual.
Yep.
So cheese bread says, question: what do you know about CIG's plans for air traffic and pad docking approval and control on carrier ships like the Kraken? We know as much as you.
I do know that they want to have auto landing though on. They talked about that on the Idris, and I assume it's exactly the same on the Kraken. They've talked about it on other ships too. Like, obviously, there's different things, like the Galaxy versus the Polaris is another example. Just the different pads and hangars. So, knowing what they're capable of, I have no stress in that regard at all. Absolutely none. And like the time where a lot of this gets into contention is when we start to talk about AI, and I've even said that multiple times this week. Like, how far they've come and how many things they've designed. Man, I'm getting more and more relaxed, not more and more stressed, because as they like, especially now that we know server meshing is a thing. Once they've got, like, the last thing is scaling it up, and they already said that they've got it scaling up internally. So once they get that scaled up and like works on the full server side level. I'm essentially on easy street knowing that they're going to get this game done. It's just time then. It just comes back to time. And on a scale of time, you can get anything done, you know?
Yeah. And so, I don't have too much of a problem. I know they're going to get it done. I know we've talked about having the ability to have it as automated landing so that you can't, so they have to, so they're not going to ram into your ship.
Hey, Tomato. Tomato, jump in, man. Come join us. Say hello. Say happy holidays to people. If you've got time, so.
Yep, you're welcome to join us. You're always welcome to join us.
Camera one. Right, you're saying, sorry, I did interrupt.
That's okay. Ashra, you've been downstairs.
I have.
Have you got 2 people for us?
I certainly do. If X would read his DMs.
Sorry?
I've got to read the DMs. Right, okay, hang on.
Oh, okay. Because we don't read the DMs.
We don't have any packages left. We are all out, completely all out. But maybe a CC or 2, I could do that. But yeah, we're all out for packages at the moment.
Well, I sent you the story of both the guys.
Yep.
And that's just about all I could do about it.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Oh, we're gonna hear the story.
Yeah, I don't want to get them to tell their story and then not help them. But yeah, there are 2 people there. I know, unless anyone in chat has one that they want to donate, there are 2 people there that are looking to get people helped out. But we are tapped at the moment. Unless you want to go beyond that, Algared, I don't know what else to say.
I'm happy to go extra packs.
Okay. All right, drag him up. Drag one up. It's going to stretch me.
Will do.
Financially this month, but yeah.
Maybe a roll where that roll there.
The main problem I have is actually buying them, because you can only buy 1 Solian pack at a time. So have you brought one?
I dragged up Mr. the Rusty Pigeon.
Hey, Rusty Pigeon. How you doing, Rusty?
Hello, thank you. I'm fine. Love your work, guys.
Thank you.
Glad to know that. Thank you.
Want to tell us about your friend in need?
Yeah, it's a story of my brother-in-law. I just need to turn down the volume of YouTube, I think. It's my brother-in-law. He suffers from a back disease, and he's been in surgery for 2 times. He is now fully unemployed, and he likes to do some gaming from time to time, and also is into some trucking simulation, and also tried out the Star Citizen with the free flight, but it was not a good impression. So I was thinking, if you are donating starter packs, he is maybe one of the guys who is interested in it. Love your work, by the way.
Thank you. yeah, we can get one of those off to him, but we'd have to buy them. We don't have any of them at the moment, so we'll have to buy a pack. But yeah, do you know what type of gameplay he would be into, mate?
I think in trucking and hauling. So like, yeah, the new type of SRV or that sort of stuff. He likes the truck simulator stuff.
Hauling.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put hauling. Right. Yep, no worries. We'll get you one of those off to you, man. Hope you
we'll sort something out for you.
Yeah. It might take us a little while on these extra ones because, as I was saying to Algared, CIG have limited the number of packs that you can buy for the Soyan. Like, and I'll show it on screen if I can. Well, I'll probably dox myself here a bit, but we'll see. But like when you go to add
Once
it to
you've got one in your pack already, it doesn't let you buy another one.
Yeah, and I brought one as a gift for one of my family members, right? So when I go to buy a second one, it wouldn't let me. Hang on, I'm going to turn this off because otherwise it's going to error. I'm going to turn it off though because but Algared can see it. Unknown error. Why is it doing the unknown error? Pledge store. Probably. Let's just double check it again.
Yeah, and otherwise we wait around if you got some other ships to spare from CIG. That's also possible, but he's one of the candidates who will love simulation games and also MMOs in the future, I think. And it will be beneficial to his condition also.
Actually, it looks like it's going to let this one go through.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm about to find out. I'm trying to purchase it right now.
I think it's limited to one starter pack.
I've already.
And then if you've got the other one with the paint skin, I think that's different.
Is it?
So the IAE is different from the starter pack one.
If I cancel this real quick, will it allow me to go back to edit? Can I buy 2 of those? No, I can only buy 1. Right. Place order. Agree.
Love your work, guys. Love your content. Yeah. Thank you for the IE content also last week.
Yep. Well, no worries, mate. That's gone through. I was able to purchase that, Rusty, so we will get that one off to you, okay? So yeah,
that's great.
Definitely
we'll be very happy with it.
No worries, Rusty. Take care. So it'll be a Solian, but we'll probably upgrade it a little bit into something hauling. But he's getting a Solian at the very least, okay?
Very nice, very nice. Thank you, guys. You're awesome.
All right, mate. Take care.
Yo, take care. Bye-bye.
Sure, if you want to bring up the next German, please.
Down.
You want to do a question while we're waiting?
Hang on. I'll bring him up.
Yep.
Okay, Ericon is up here now.
Hey, Ericon, how you doing?
Hello. I just have to ask this. Why did it cost $75 for you guys?
So it actually costs us $80. And that's because of GST.
Yep.
So yeah, it just costs us
so bad, dude.
No, it's fine. It just costs us
45
extra.
for me.
For what?
Yeah.
For that the first smaller ship that you clicked on.
The Solian?
No, the other one.
I only clicked on the Solian, so I'm confused.
Oh, sorry. I looked at the Aurora said $75 on your screen. I was like,
yeah, but I this is where Algared and I disagree on things. Like I'm like, if you can buy one that's got LTI, I'm going to buy the LTI, and Algared's just like, no, just get them and don't give a shit about LTI. So that's where me and him disagree on stuff. Like I just.
If we're doing starter pack, it doesn't matter what it is as long as it's starter pack. But if we can get an LTI one, then we'll go the LTI.
That's it.
But
okay, I was really surprised.
Yeah.
So tell us about your mate.
We can start with he's an idiot.
Okay, so he doesn't need ship. Cool, problem solved. Right.
Yeah.
Most are idiots, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, well, he wanted to play, and he purchased a ship and was really happy, and he purchased a ship, not a pack. Now he has a ship and can't. He played during the free fly event, and I helped him a lot. It was fun, but now he can't.
So actually, what he needs to do is contact concierge and get him to give him a refund.
Yeah, that's the other option.
He really doesn't need a star pack from us. He could literally just refund what he has, and they would and buy the Saulian himself. How much did he spend?
I think it was like 50 or $60.
Well, what we'll do,
we don't pay in taxes, so
yeah. So what we'll do then is we'll just upgrade it to a Saulian. Boy, how's that sound? So if he spent $50, we'll just chuck another, what is it, $25, and give him a CCU from whatever starter ship he gets to a Saulian. So we'll just upgrade it for him. How's that sound?
Yeah, great.
And so all he has to do is contact concierge, and again, when we send him that CCU, he can just melt that C. Oh no, he won't. He needs a war bond. We'll just give him cash, right? We'll just give him 20.
What he needs.
We'll just give him $25. I'll PayPal him $25. That'll solve the problem.
So what he needs to do is contact CIG.
Yep.
Ask him for a refund, pointing out that I bought the ship, but I didn't buy the starter pack, and I meant to buy a starter pack with that ship, and they will probably then
they'll give him a full cash refund. But in the meantime, if he can, before the Saulian goes off the shelf, just tell him to buy the whole starter pack, and then he'll get everything back as a cash refund from the other. What was the other ship that he brought? The Aurora, you said. What did he buy for $50?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it was. No, well, it can't be the Pisces. That's too much.
It'd be the Cutter Scout's the only one I can think of that was separate.
$50 probably Cutter Scout.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, it might be.
But if he gets that refunded, has it been longer than 2 weeks?
3 or 4 weeks. But I think there are different laws in Europe.
But also being his first time, they might be a bit more lenient.
Yeah. So
and get him to write in it. Just say, Inforunners told us to get a refund. Hoping you'll give us a refund so we can buy this. And we brought this starter pack instead. But I'd love a refund on this. Worst case scenario, you can always just use the credit to upgrade the Saulian.
I can't. I don't know why I didn't even consider the refund. But I'll help him out. We'll figure
I
something
would
out.
just get him to send an email saying, "Hey, look, can I have a refund? I meant to buy this starter pack, but I didn't." And hopefully they'll make it so that you can, can I have access to that starter pack so I can actually play the game?
So
if I want it.
We'll just send you $25 on PayPal, and you can send it to him. How's that sound?
Yeah, great. I'll contact you guys somehow.
Yep, you just message me on Discord. Again, I'm going to be probably at this over the next day or two, getting these all out to people. So I've just taken notes. I've just said $25 via PayPal.
Making a list and checking it twice.
Pretty much, and Argon's Argon's doing the checking it twice part. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I think that's kind of everyone.
Thanks for everything, boys.
Yeah, no worries, man. You take care.
No worries.
Just drop out when you're ready, man. Right.
All right. So Cheesebread had a question.
Real quickly, before we go on the questions, hauling for the Rusty Pigeon. What ship would that be for you? After the Saulian.
Is it straight hauling?
You could go to a 315p. It's $5.
15p. Cutlass.
I'm pretty sure you can do that. Let me just double check. Ship upgrades. Pretty sure it's $5. I could be wrong, but I'm gonna check anyway.
But yeah, something like that.
Oops, if I spell it correctly, or it loads, that'd be great too. No, it's not loading. I don't know why. You want to go into the next question, please, Edward?
Yep. So Cheesebread said, "What do you know about CIG's plans for?" We did that one already. The repeated one. Clever Ghost, how do you feel about the possibility of mad science, game loops, biological warfare, drugs, production, etc.?
I think eventually we'll get over years.
What do you,
and we'll just expand.
What do you think the idea of? Yeah, well, I think. What do you think the ideas of the agricultural pods on the Endeavour are? They're drug labs. That's 90% of what people indicated they want to do with them. So I could see, mad science and, biological warfare and dropping creatures down onto a planet and whatever. So yeah, I could 100% see that being a thing down the track.
Lemming, if you not Lemming, sorry, Spaceman, if you can hear us, man, you can jump in and join us if you want. You're more than welcome to.
Indeed. We would love you to.
Yeah.
Even for the last, 15 minutes or so of the stream. Back up. We're now onto the news stream questions. The debate restarted. The image on the website shows a prospector, which is what prompted my question. That was just someone responding to some chat. I don't care how many dumb questions. We've done that one.
I think we got a super chat there, Algared, from Z Pilot. $5 Canadian donating to the cause. Thank you very much, Z Pilot.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it's because I changed when I was I changed what I was doing at one point, so I lost the super chats.
Yeah, okay. We'll make that a second Nomad then. That's a good idea. I like that. So we'll go from Asulian to Nomad again for that one.
So T-Jack has a question that related to the Arastra Q&A. He says, so this means the Arastra can hold 500 time or 500x of cargo, both inside and out. Yes. It has a large embedded ability to store cargo or mine. I think the internal cargo is more your standard everyday cargo, whereas your external cargo is your mined or your refined ore or whatever else. But yeah. But could you put refined ore inside? Absolutely. But you could also put other stuff inside.
Yep.
Shempester and 19 Crossbones says £5.99 and says, make it a holiday for our baby space trucker.
I'm gonna have to look at it again because the website's all locking up for me. I'm gonna be honest right now. Yeah, Algared, just seeing me having that trouble.
Yeah.
It's just not locking.
But we will have a look at it.
Yeah.
So, does it?
Oh shit. 2005 just did 10 more tier subs. Holy shit. Lucky Plex, Shadow Flea, Pramster, Ex Officio, Citizen Kilroy, Frozetti, Bear Child, Razorjur, Kelfito, and the Doug 1086. Make sure you thank Mr. Hook 2005. He's very generous tier 10 subs. Enjoy their mates, guys. Holy shit. Okay, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have done so many of those trippy ones. That is painful on my eyes. Thank you all the same. Yeah, I don't know if you can see off to the side on the screen.
I can. I'm glad I'm looking at the big screen.
Yes, yes.
And that was, by the way, 19 Crossbones 85's first super chat. So, thank you. Always appreciated, never expected, but always humbling. And that was the make it a whole A.
Yep.
Idea.
I will look into that, but again, I'm just having loading problems right now. I can't even load Robert Space.
It's
problems. Yeah.
I'm just seeing the screen continually flicker and change.
I think the main problem with that is not having access to the whole A now that the sale has passed. I'm pretty sure that's what the issue is going to be for that. Oh no, whole A's there. Interesting.
No, because the whole A should be there because it is flyable.
What is it? Solian. It's now loading. Yeah, we can do that then. No problem. So we'll do a... Yep, cool. Next question, Algared, if you want to do that.
Shempasters was, does it seem like the better ships to get large... Does it seem like the better ships to get large ships like the Arastra and not so much for capital ships?
I'm very much of the earn down economy.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's the view we've always taken, earn down. Now, I take the view that if you know you're never going to fly a Javelin, if you know you're never going to do the 80-person raids, if you never want to be running the 80-person raids, if you know, then don't get a Javelin. But if so I always advise get the largest ship that you feel comfortable flying or know that you want to the gameplay for, because that's going to enable you to earn down to all the other ships you want. But if it's gameplay that's in a capital ship that is your jam, then you go for the capital ship. But if you're getting it on a whim, maybe, then that's not good use of your funds, regardless of how much you might be able to earn down from that ship. If that ship's not in your gameplay's loop or style or preference, then what the hell are you buying it for? Buy the capital of a ship that's in your wheelhouse, in the style that you want to play. Then, struggle through and get a few mates to help you, and then earn down to the ships you want. But yeah, but I think large ships will kind of are closer to that, will work better for a lot of people. I think it will work better for a lot of people, but as we say, earn down is going to be easier for you. If you think there's a slight chance you'll go capital, go the capital. Yeah. Because earning up to the capital is going to take 10 times as long as earning down to the large ship from the capital.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key thing we always say. So, I know that was a bit long-winded answer, but yeah. Cheesebread has another question.
Please.
5 million citizens by the end of the year. 35,042 to go. That is a number of unique accounts. So we're over 5 million unique accounts, or almost. So yeah, it's possible. Another free fly would probably do it.
Yeah.
But yep. Monster AV, given the arrows placed between the Orion and the Mole, what do you think they would do to the middle salvage ship, or would do for the middle salvage ship?
I think we talked about this. So you've kind of, I think maybe that's what gets the lasers then, Algared.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you've kind of got like blasting things apart with the vulture. You've got tractor beaming and pulling apart with the claw with the reclaimer. So essentially they all get their own mini discussion game. That'd be kind of cool actually, if you think it through.
Yeah, it would.
And maybe you could even have a mini claw on the old one. No, but no.
I still like
tractor beam and laser sounds pretty cool.
Yeah. I do like the idea of a claw, but having the reclaimer suck things up, it just you call it princess. Suck it up, princess. It's just I'm gonna go and reclaim it.
It's better than calling it Bunnings. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
All right. Next question, mate.
There is. Hi guys. Do you know if there is an Inside Star Citizen this week?
Yes.
I believe it's supposed to be.
We're sitting here waiting for it, and it's sucking.
Structural salvage, which is really that piqued my interest, because that kind of indicates we're ripping apart old stations or bases, and that means that ties in with building and attacking people and all that other horrible gameplay stuff. So, yeah.
LD 666, thank you for the Prime subscription. Appreciate it. Yeah, just one last call. If anyone does have any starter ships that they would like to give away to those that are, you need a bit of a pick-me-up, that's why we do this, to, give back to those people that are just having a rough time. You can go onto the Discord or just message us here in chat, bring it to one of our attention or the mod's attention, and we'll give that away and tell you someone you can send it off to. But other than that, we're kind of a bit done for today, Algared. Unless we've got more questions to go, but that's it. Yeah.
We've got a few more questions, but I'm getting to that point where I'm done. I don't know about you, but so Donovan says, rate Chris Roberts on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of attractiveness. He's a 1.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters with guys.
Yeah,
guys aren't
the guy. It's I'm sorry. Ask the girls to do it, but
I reckon he's more attractive than Dolovine, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, that sounds like a good one. Yep.
Yeah. We'll throw it back at him. That'll teach him.
Yep. Being pulled into meetings. Did my question about Squadron 42 as most anticipated question been answered? Probably. Can't remember, but yes. Yeah, X with unlimited time, anything can be done. The question is how much time and how much can they do in that time?
Yep. And again, the more you got to remember, these guys started with 8 people in a garage, So it's not like Grand Theft Auto 5 that had 1,400 people on it for 9 years, and I'd bet my bottom dollar it's been almost exactly the same for Grand Theft Auto 6. And I think you'll find at the end of the day, neither of those games will be as big as what this will eventually be. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, we're almost at 4 million or 5 million unique accounts. Well, you know, the number of double accounts people have got, you're probably looking at maybe, you know, almost 4 million unique accounts that really count. But yeah. Hook 2005 question: when will we see the whole B? When it's ready? It's like when is a wizard? When is a wizard late? A wizard's never late. It comes when he intends to.
We've actually got 2 first-time chatters there, Algared, so let's just answer these.
Yep.
So Mayhem Mike 83 says, what is the likelihood that a capital ships are still in production are going to grow in size, much like the BMM, i.e. the Perseus and the Norse? Absolutely, that's possible.
Yep.
Less likely than you would it is, but it is totally possible.
It's one of the reasons we constantly say Endeavour.
Look at the C1 Spirit recently. They increased the cargo bay size to accommodate 32 SEO size containers, and that's a much smaller ship. And that actually leads into this second question by Matthew Tadle, who's also a first-time chatter, says, I've upgraded my pledge from a Mustang to a C1 Spirit, knowing that I can't afford it. Do you know if it's possible to get a refund? Yeah, up to, I think it's 30 days, isn't it, Algared? 30 days they'll do refunds. So yeah, I'm assuming you came in over the last AIE. So yeah, as long as you contact them, the email date, because it takes them long to get back to you because of the number of emails they're getting. But if you email them straight away and it's within, I believe it's 2 weeks to 30 days, but I'd have to go double check that.
I think it's 30 days. I think that's most places.
And they'll give you a refund.
If you're a new if you were a new subscriber, if you were a new purchaser, and you've made a mistake, and you email them and say, hey, I meant to buy this pack, I made a mistake, can I have a refund and access to that pack? I'm pretty certain they'd do it. Because they want people in the game, they want people with the game pack. And
they realise people are going through hard times at the moment too with the inflation and whatnot.
You know, and the thing that X and I have said, you know, our interactions with Chris and Sandy and is a fair dinkum in Australian slang. That means you are 100% honest and reliable and true.
Generally good people.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's true blue, a fair dinkum, fair positive affirmations of this person's character, and that's my experience with both Chris and Sandy. And they will, you know, they will do their best to help people. And, you know, Chris is always, you know, just help people to, don't buy extra ships, just get people to buy the game pack.
Yeah. So
you want people to enjoy the game.
Last week I sat down at in about it would have been about 20 minutes from now I sat down to watch ISC. So I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to drop in 3 minutes time. I'm actually wondering if they're scheduling them and that's why they're coming out at that time. They've moved the time, but we'll see. So if it doesn't come out in the next 5 minutes, I think we're going to kind of call it there. We've got 4 questions left. First time chatter says, shout out to the Crucible. That's from Signor. How amazing it will be when it gets reworked. Yep. Sorry, I could go ahead.
Loud Guns also says, I've got a Sulian available to give away if you want. That is a Sulian with a game pack, then possibly.
Yep. I'm just trying to think of someone. Yeah, we'd have to find someone for it, but yeah, absolutely. Unless you want to give one to that new person that was struggling there. What was his name? Matthew Tadell? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to look at your list, but yep.
What's ISC? 7th Thrust. ISC is Inside Star Citizen. It's a kind of, I don't want to say semi-weekly, but they do it in batches of shows. And basically this week's was meant to be on the salvage gameplay. So we've kind of, that's why we stream it this time, because then we can talk about it and look at it.
Yep. And Loud Gun says, yes, it's got a pack. So, yep.
Cool. I'll just add it to the list.
Yep, and we'll give it away to someone. There you go.
Yep. Could have done it to the Rusty Pigeon one if I hadn't brought it beforehand, but anyway, it's all good.
Yep.
We'll work it out.
We'll do something. We'll get it sorted.
Yeah.
I can still do that.
You want to
Anyway,
get
the pilot
Lemming or
says-
Asher? Do you want to see if there's anyone down there that needs one, real quick, please?
Do you have Gaucho?
Yeah, sure.
Don't see Gaucho. Don't think we've had Gaucho up.
I know
Oh,
Gacho.
okay.
He's just an idiot. Don't worry about Gacho. He's probably listening right now, laughing his ass off. Right.
Sigma Freeze is also someone who can recognise who we've had before, so they might be someone.
Oh, you did try to stop me with our guns? Sorry. It's all good, man. I can always go get a refund if I have to. It's fine. I'm buying it out of my own money anyway. It's fine.
The pilot. What is a niche pet peeve you have with Squadron 42? With Star Citizen, sorry. For me, it's the unsupported hydraulic lines on the 600i main gear.
The weight. If you know who I am, I'm the most impatient. And I've been waiting for like 12 years at this point.
My pet peeve with Star Citizen is the Phoenix. Overpriced to start with, and told that the reason it's overpriced is because of the extra features it's got, and then it still hasn't got those features. So
I could also just say that Origin and leave it at that too.
Yeah, no, that's your pet peeve.
Sorry for interrupting, but there's nobody there at the moment.
Cool, no worries. That's all right. We'll work it out with Loud Guns, and I can just get a refund at the worst case scenario on the one that I just brought. It's no biggie. We'll work it out.
And still no piano. You don't have a piano at Loud Guns. Sorry.
No, I think he means, isn't there still none in the Phoenix yet? Isn't that what he means?
No. If you got the Phoenix early, you got the piano.
But I mean,
And so you can
it's not actually in the Phoenix, though, is it?
No, you can replace. Replace the table. Or at least you used to be able to replace the table. So
just how much I've been in the Phoenix.
If you don't put the table in, you get the piano. If you put the table in, you could put the So anyway, Hook. 2005 says, question, will we see larger salvage ship than they'll reclaim it? We expect so.
You reckon? I don't think we will.
Oh, actually, no.
It's capital.
The capital.
Yeah.
So probably not.
And it is also rated as heavy salvage.
Yep. So maybe not.
I think it's leaning towards 3 salvage ships, a light, medium, and heavy.
Yep.
Because the Vulture's called light, that's called heavy. I think we've got room for one more, and that's probably it.
Medium.
Right.
But never say never.
This is true.
Amazing Adam says, do you believe modularity will come to fruition, or will modularity ships end up like Cutlass Black, Red, Blue variants?
Nah.
Modularity will come to fruition.
Yeah, they said they cracked it recently, thanks to the whole sea. So,
Yep. So, yes, modularity will come. If you build it, they will come.
And if you watch any of Space Tomatoes videos, who still may be in chat, he talked about that recently with the Retaliator in one of his videos. So, yeah.
Henny Pen says, ships and concepts. I imagine that all RSI concepts are at the head of the queue. No. As are reworks of RSI ships, since they have stated that they are focusing on RSI to perfect the design language. Sorry, I'll read the whole question and go.
Let me do it. Ships and concepts.
Yeah,
I imagine that all RSI concepts are at the head of the queue, as are reworks of RSI ships, since they have stated they are focusing on RSI to perfect the design language. Will that mean more releases in the next 3, 6, 12 months? Do you see all the ship development is accelerating now? They are moving teams from Squadron 40 to Susan. Well, they're actually increasing the number of people working on ships. So yes.
So yes, they're increasing the number of ships. In terms of the RSI, they're focusing on RSI at the moment to work on the Polaris, Perseus, and the Galaxy for that family of ships. Will that increase their design language? Yes. But then when they move on to the next bunch of ships, they'll work on a different design language.
You'll probably find they'll differentiate too. So they might leave one team working on RSI, and the other teams will move into other design languages. It's where they want it to go. What gameplay they're working on, we don't know their internal structure or timeline, but they'll go where they need to go. And again, as more and more teams come along, if for example, worst case scenario, all 4 of those teams, I think it's 4 or 3, are working on just RSI, there's nothing to say they can't build more teams that work on other stuff.
Oh, indeed. So, So yeah.
Mm.
So do I think it's going to speed up the time of RSI ships? No. Yes. Maybe.
Yeah.
I know that's a weird response, but
Rashmudor says, do you guys think we'll see armor come into the game in the next 12 months? Could be connected to the Maelstrom tech.
yes. Well, since I expect Squadron 42 within the next 12 months, I expect armor to be in the next 12 months because it'll be needed for Squadron.
It's not needed for Squadron because it can be
Oh,
faked.
for the ship?
It's a
I
single.
suppose they can fake it,
It's
can't they?
it's a
For
single player
player.
game. Yeah, you don't need it in a single player game. You can fake it. It's a very big system. I'd love to see it in the next 12 months, but I think it will be one of the first systems you'll see them start to work on in Star Citizen. Whether or not it'll be done in 12 months it's a pretty big system. And if it's fully physicalized like everything else with the breaking off and that, I think it will be part of the Maelstrom system. But whether it's done in 12 months, I think that's a bit, I don't know. It depends how much resources they put towards it. That's a hard call.
And it's a hard, and in relation to Squadron 42, if they do it in Squadron 42 and
absolutely
just porting it across, then.
But the reason why it hasn't been in up until now is that I am 100% convinced it's been faked in Squadron 42. You'd be very hard pressed to convince me otherwise of that. Like, I'd physically have to see it to believe it at this point. So yeah. Norse Peak says, do you think that the Aristrata with the refining mod on the Galaxy useless? Yeah,
yes.
I didn't get what he meant by Gal.
Yeah,
I was thinking of the streamer Gal. Anyway,
I was thinking of Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
Does the Aristrata make the Gal Gadot useless? No, because she's Wonder Woman.
Yeah. It doesn't make it useless, but it definitely lessens its appeal.
Yeah.
You got to remember, essentially, the ship is almost half the price. That's the other thing, and it does all the modular different things, so it's not wasted. It comes into a personal use case. Like if you're really hard into mining and you've already got the Aristrata or you've got a mole and a galaxy, then it's like, well, why do I have a mole and a galaxy when I could just get the Aristrata?
But if if you're looking at supporting a group, if you're a group of friends and they've got moles and prospectors, then having a galaxy makes more sense than say having the.
Yeah, instead of having a couple of expanses and like two moles, you could just have one galaxy and a couple of moles. So yeah, you can see where it goes pretty quickly. Again, it's flexibility and player choice, which is an important thing too. You need to kind of ascertain that for yourself. But from a money perspective, it now becomes difficult because you've got a mole and an Aristrata. And what did I say? It was a $15 difference between that and an Aristrata. And that's not talking about discounts either. That's just on full price. So, but then again, once you go into the Aristrata, mining and nothing but mining, which is the way it should be. A very flexible ship should be flexible, but not as good, which is what the refining module on the Galaxy is. But you get in compensation for that, you get medical and manufacturing and blah blah blah. It works. It's balanced if you think about it, right? Yeah. Right. We're up to. We are up to. Which one was it? Sorry, Evan?
This one.
That one. The one that you put this on. Clever asshole.
Yep.
Right. Rash Mordor says, do you guys think CIG bringing in more cap ships soon? If so, how probable do you think the RSI industry carrier could be coming? Similar to the Kraken and Privateer, maybe. You know what my answer is going to be.
Never.
Yeah, never say never is the first one, but likelihood. If you look at the last couple of years, there's been no capital ship. We got a Perseus and a Galaxy and an Aristrata. They're all three large ships.
They're all large.
They are kind of moving away a little bit because they just don't have the teams to build them out yet.
And I also think, there's an element where, yes, they want us to work together.
Yeah.
But they're also aware of people's not necessarily wanting to be in those big all grades. And those big capital ships really are your all grade ships. Your Javelin, your Idris, your Kraken. Because of the number of people you generally need.
And also moving down the line,
Yeah.
when the game's more closer to completion, they can ask a lot more money for those now, like they did with the Aristrata.
Mm.
You know, like you get an Orion like ship coming out, I can easily see that being $800 now, easily without even blinking. Yeah,
100%. You know, I could easily see that being close to 1,000 easily. But you know, those ships and all of those three ships, like those three capitals I mentioned, you know, the Javelin, Idris, Kraken, some of those will be easier to use with a smaller group than others, but they're still really geared for that group gameplay more so than other ships. And you know, I always roll my eyes at people who say, oh, I'm going to take my Javelin out solo and run it with NPC. I'm thinking, you're nuts. Can you do it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to be successful? Maybe. But don't run into trouble because you'll be screwed. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we're down to the last couple of questions here. I think we were going to call it at 9:30 anyway, Algared, if we didn't get an ISC by then. So we're giving them 20 more minutes to drop ISC, and then they're going to call it there. But we've got probably 6 questions left. So here we go. 19 Crossbone 85 says, RSI Orion, which hull series ship would best fit the Orion for unloading cargo? I can answer this very quickly.
Yep, go for it.
How much cargo does the Orion have?
Yep, and then translate it across.
We don't know. That's the thing. Like you've got a rough scale when you look at it.
We could use the Matrix of Lies, but I don't think the Matrix of Lies has been updated.
Yeah, and that ship was like 2013, 2014, so it is well and truly an old metrics and completely out of date.
Yep.
Again, look at the Aristrata. Look at the size of the ship. I would say it's in the neighborhood of 6 times. I'm not joking when I say that either.
Yep.
You know, more cargo.
And that's the bare minimum.
Yeah, and that's the bare minimum. So you'd be looking at a whole C and up. You know,
but
so, yeah.
It's
again. Hedge your bets with CCUs is probably the only thing I could recommend, or get the big one and earn down, as we always say. You know, so yeah, that's a tough one. Algared, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Nope.
All right, you go for the next one then, if you want.
All right, so Seventh Frost says, I'm new and haven't kept up. If I am moving teams over to Star Citizen, does that mean they've been updating the team progress tracker they have for transparency?
Not always. They've kind of changed, really, haven't they, Algared?
Mate, they try to get things done and keep those up to date, but many spokes on the wheel and many cogs and all the rest of it does mean that sometimes they'll miss things because they're human.
But yeah, I think overall, we'll start to see more progress on Star Citizen because people are actively able to work on it now that Squadron 42 is railing that bend. So yeah, faster progress is a good thing. And if you already look what's coming in 3.22 and the next patch after that, a lot of the stuff we saw at Citizen Con is coming in. It's pretty cool. You know, we saw a leaked video during the week of the warp tech in Star Citizen. So showing off how the warp looks in. Very water-like. Algared. I don't know if you've seen it yourself.
Yep. The Raljal X says, do you think the design language focus is to avoid the BMM and Defender issue where the devs left and it's stacked the efforts they'd made?
Sorry to interrupt, but I have to answer this before it goes off the screen. So Kelrath in Twitch says the bulk ore capacity is 16,288 SCU on the Orion, and then it has a cargo capacity of 600. That is literally almost in line with what I said. 6 times as much, or 10 times as much, actually. Almost. That's nuts. Anyway, sorry to interrupt your question. So if you can reread it, please.
Yeah, do we think that the design language focus is to avoid the BMM and Defender issue where the devs left and it's basically stacked the efforts they'd made? Yes and no. When you've got ships from a manufacturer and it's similar, you want to be able to work on those ships at the same time. And so you build as you build out your library, it helps you build those ships. And so if you've got working on ships at the same time just makes sense. The BMM and Defender are different because the Defender's already built, but BMM was all often very bespoke in terms of a lot of the details and the looks and that, because it is just such a unique ship. Part of the reason why we don't have any capital ships, and it's been small ships, I think it's because of that issue of for large ships needing dedicated teams. It takes a long time. That's why we're seeing a lot of the smaller ships and medium ships being built, because they're easier to work on and build people up to speed. I think that's what we've been seeing them do, build the teams up as they move up. But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that. I wouldn't say it had nothing to do with the issue, but I don't think it's the only issue or the only factor that's come into play.
Right.
Nothing else to add on that?
No, I'm good.
Wheeze79 says, where do you see Anvil sitting on the order to ship manufacturer work being done? I can't wait for my Liberator.
So we got asked this a lot in the last couple of weeks, didn't we? What's next after RSI?
And Third, said they don't know.
Yeah, John Crew got asked this a lot at the after party, and they said they've talked about it, but they have no clear place to go. I would say it's up there in priority order, but there's only 2 big ships from Anvil. So I think the clear direction, or the thing I'd be looking for, the telling sign, Algared, I think you'd agree with me on this, is whatever other big ships start to come out. So Invictus or AIE next year, if we get an Anvil snapping turtle or whatever, then you'd know it's
large
Anvil.
ship. And if we get another Anvil ship, then you go, right, Anvil's going to be the next.
Even an Anvil small ship would be a point to it, really.
Yep.
Because they'll be working on that at the same time as they're working on other Anvil stuff. So whatever we see, if we see like 3 Anvil ships come out, it's like, well, okay, they're going to be working on Anvil after RSI. Like, again, we'll tell you what we see when we see it, but I'm sure you guys aren't invalids, right? You guys are savvy, and we rely on you for information too, not just us. It's all in seeking, getting to the truth. That's the important thing. And I think Algared would agree with me on that. You'll get telling signs.
Yeah, we just look at what we look at what we see and what we read, and we butt heads together, and sometimes we agree and sometimes we disagree, and sometimes people think we're having an absolute Barney, and we're not really cross or annoyed at each other. We're just passionate.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But so yeah. But we're just backers like you guys.
I'm starting to think Jared's just sitting there waiting for us to end stream again. Like last week.
I'm
starting to get that feeling. He's just trolling us. I'm getting that feeling. He's just sitting there waiting.
I said that last week. He's sitting there waiting for us to quit.
It really was. It was literally 15, 16 minutes later. Boom. It dropped like clockwork.
Yep.
And now we're at that time it was last week. We've gone that extra long. Anyway.
Yep.
All right, T-Jack says, question, do you think they'll bring the traditional salvage claw arm back, or would you say they're phasing it out completely? I think they're phasing it out completely. They've fully remodeled it, and as I said earlier, Algared, you can speak to this, but tractor beams now take the place of the claw, essentially, yeah?
Tractor beams, they're your lasso and rope, and they do the job. They bring things across, they hold them in place,
And claw's essentially doing more now, because before it was just a hold in place of the ship so you could cut it with lasers. Now you hold it with tractor beams and munch it up with the claws. So the claw's actually going to be doing more, not less.
Yep.
So it's actually cooler in a way if you think about it, not shitter. And right now, yes, the first implementation is it's just a straw or a sucker upper. But once it can actually munch and grab and stuff, that'll actually make it cooler than it ever was.
Yeah, and it becomes a hungry hippo. And I think that'll work. And I could see the claw, crunching and ripping still as it's holding in place. So whereas before it was just holding it, now it's eating it, and that's much better. It adds to that idea of grabbing a ship and literally killing it with the person on board. That people always like the idea of. So would I do that? No, because the ship might blow up and damage my claw. So
I have no doubt of that hungry hippo thing. I think it's definitely going to be doing that. Yeah. Look, if they drop ISC right after we stop, just leave in the comments everywhere. How dare you troll Inforunners? Just see what they say. They'll say diddly shit, but
yeah, not that I care. Yeah, it's probably going to go. I'll get them back.
No, I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Okay, do you think that they should change the turret for the Spirit series to be a modular slot, so you can swap out the turret or tractor beam for your playstyle? That's by Jared. Bigger stuff.
No, because I think I really think it's a part of its design. It has to have a negative connotation where it is. It has, because on paper, like again, when we did that medium ship comparison, it looked really strong initially, and then the Zeus came out and it looked really weak. But then when you look at it, all kind of, it actually all makes sense. Like that's one of the best things about when we look at this stuff is you can see how weirdly balanced things are.
Yeah, and I certainly wouldn't want you to be swapping the position of that tractor turret for lasers, because that tractor on the Spirit is really nicely placed.
Buy the A1. If you want the turret, buy an A1. That's what it's for. It's the combat version of that series.
The Spirit is really that turret on the Spirit C1 really nicely placed, isn't it?
Yep.
Drag, put it into the whole hangar. It is beautiful. You don't want a turret there. You don't want a gun there. You want your tractor beam.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where they go with it, because if you've done any cargo loading and unloading at the moment, it's a little bit finicky. But I'd love it to have some kind of shield or energy bubble wrap around it, so it kind of like bumps or whatever. I think that'd be kind of cool, like some kind of bump effect eventually. Be kind of cool.
Protective rubber, so you don't damage your ship or damage the cargo. Or,
Bubble shield or something, bubble wrap shield. I don't know. They'll come up with something. Right.
Sega Saxerin says, do you think CIG will need to up their game with the quality of releases with more control in their code as the game gains more traction in the broader public eye?
I think it is just going to become naturally more and more optimized. You know, you'd be able to answer this yourself, Sago. As you sit there and look, it's just basically become more, even just this year alone, you know, we've got extra performance gains all across the year. And that's naturally what happens with games. As more and more pieces of it go in, you know, yes, there's hiccups that take a step back or whatever, but it is that moving forward. And that, as I said to Algared many times, as long as I'm seeing progress, I'm happy.
Yeah, that's something that I've reiterated as well. You know, like people say, how can you be so calm? Because I've known what CIG have done, and I know what Chris Roberts has done in the past, and I know what they're aiming for, and I know what I can see what they've done, and you know, maybe that makes me a white knight or something. But you know, it's just I'm quite happy to sit there and go, yeah, I can see it happening. Hook. What will the Anvil cap ship be?
Well, it'll be... Yeah, I hope you got all that. Yeah. Absolutely amazing.
Star Citizen and Squadron 42 releases on.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah,
absolutely awesome stuff. Yeah.
Sorry, don't know. Wheels79 says, do you think we will see the new RSI Advanced Starter at IAE next year as a straight-to-flyable? It was one of the images at Sitcom.
What was that? ISC-based starter?
Yeah. Do you think we'll see the new RSI Advanced Starter at IAE next year as a straight-to-flyable? It was one of the images at Sitcom.
I'm not convinced that it's an RSI starter. There is so many things that ship could have been. I think the only thing we can confirm was that it was a small ship with cargo.
Yep. That's what I would say.
Could it be an RSI Advanced Starter? Absolutely.
Yep.
But just by the same token, it looked like Crusader. It looked like we had people saying it looked Anvil. There's so many different things that it could be. I'm not willing to call it as an RSI. Could it be an RSI Advanced Starter? Absolutely. Absolutely could it be. But
Could it be any other manufacturer that shares that same type of shape language? Yep.
Yeah. It just wasn't enough. What do you call it? Shape language to essentially pigeonhole it into one manufacturer. And kind of like Lemming said there, he thinks it's a Crusader starter. I think it looks more like Crusader than anything else, right? It looks like a smaller. What did Paul call it again?
Oh,
I
can't remember offhand.
Yeah, it was like
If I heard it, I'd go, yeah, that.
Yeah, it was. It was so because it was the spirit. He called it the. It was like a word that was smaller than spirit. It was like the.
Yep.
The dove or something stupid. I can't. No, it was start with P.
A dove.
Can't remember what it was. It started with P. But anyway,
I'd say pneuma, but that would be breath.
But yeah. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, it's definitely. I think we can all agree it's a starter that carries. Looks like it carries like about 6 SE of cargo, which puts it in the same vein as like things like the Avenger, you know, the Mustang, the Cutlass, Cutter, sorry, and things like that. So yeah, advanced starter by RSI works. Crusader don't have any. Argo don't have any. And we know the major manufacturers are essentially going to all have something from Go to Woe. So just by the same token, on the other end of the scale, you'll eventually be able to see a Crusader capital and like an Argo capital.
Yep.
So yeah, just give it time.
So, last question. That means doesn't matter if you put any more questions in, even if a bot's up, we're not answering anymore. This is the last question. No, Will, you're not getting that question in. No.
Someone's like, Will, like I can't enter.
No, we're not going to answer it. I'm going to mark it as a thumb to say we've already done it.
Yeah.
Right. Araxa says, did CRG not show anything about Titan suits at SitCon? Will we see them at Squadron 42?
Yes.
Or in Squadron 42? Yes.
So the
And
last
no,
thing,
they didn't.
Last thing we, the last thing, no, they didn't show it. The last thing we heard is that it's apparently a boss. And again, if you go look at the imagery of it, I'm sure I can do that real quick, Algared, while you say your piece.
Yep. No, that's exactly what I was going to say. It was not shown and in SitCon, and basically what we've heard is it's the boss in Squadron 42.
So this image here, if I can get it open. This one here, I'll flick it over. So we've heard that this is a boss in Squadron 42. And that looks very boss-like if you think about it. Big lightning gun. Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember
obviously you're on foot
talking about the Titan suit, basically picking up a ship weapon.
Yeah.
And carrying it in his Titan suit. So, but yeah, and that's our last question. Because well, not answering those other ones that came through.
John Cruz got a question. John Priest has got a question.
No, he says, "Don't be nasty, boys."
It's not being nasty. Agrid's just tired, as am I. So yeah, and we're coming up to an hour and a half past where we're meant to cut off.
That's
so
right.
That's yeah.
4.5 hours.
We waited an extra hour and a half for ISC. So
And
you know it'll be due to drop in the next 30 minutes. Now we waited this long. That's just what happens. So yeah.
But I've also that time where I do have to go. So
yes, as Algared did say, well and truly in advance that he had to do so. But maybe Algared, maybe that's just our video this weekend. We'll just go watch ISC and review ISC.
We'll release that this weekend.
Lazy mode. Yeah, so we might just.
And then we'll do it at the premiere, and so if you want to just pay attention to when it drops, and
then we'll how about this? We'll do that, and we'll drop a that Fix My Fleet from June.
That's right, and we'll drop a Fix My Fleet. So we'll do that and a Fix My Fleet. There you go.
That's
just for you guys, because it's so kind.
It's such a thing with the Americans. Every time I talk about June the movie, we basically say June the month the same as Dune, as in sand dune. We don't say it with an O, we just say it with the U, so it sounds the same. June and June. So
we'd say sand June.
Yeah,
not
or the month of June.
Yeah, and we'd say June. Yep.
Yeah. So it throws them off quite a bit.
It does. It does. Anyway.
All right. No. I'm going to find someone to read on Twitch.
But before you do that, we'll also do, thank you so much for all those bits and bots and all those extra subscriptions and all stuff on Twitch.
Like, subscribe. That's why
like, subscribe, hit the button on the bell for YouTube. Do whatever you do on Twitch, because I don't know what it is. So follow and all the rest of it.
Follow.
Thank you for the super chats and the ships for giveaways and all the other stuff you guys do. It really does help us out, even just minutely. And it is humbling to know that you guys will spend 4.5 hours of the morning just chewing the fat with us, or letting us chew the fat and listen to your and trying to answer your questions. So yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to find someone to.
I know Paul was up.
Was he? Was he really?
Yep. Because Paul sent messages, so I saw his pop up. So he should be up on Twitch.
He's not on Twitch. Okay, well, unless he's way down.
He might be doing because it'd be roughly time for office hours, wouldn't it?
Getting real close. Real close. I can't see him. How about we do Vertigo? We haven't rated Vertigo in a while.
I haven't done Vertigo for a while.
Yeah, HC Vertigo. Let's rate old HC Vertigo. Call him Captain Flannel for me if you'd be kind enough to do so.
Flannel.
Go.
And say hi from us.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks again for joining us. A little extra run this time. Thank you for all the people that were kind enough to tell us their stories too about their friends or themselves, and I hope you enjoyed the starter packs. It's always very humbling doing this. Seeing the insights. So yeah. Algared, anything you want to say goodbye to Twitch?
Bye Twitch.
Have a good one. Bye. See you Twitch. Say goodbye to YouTube. YouTube. Say goodbye. See ya. Bye.
And Twitch up. Gone.
Yeah, I love that. The last thing someone said was ISC in 5, 4. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'll double check it just for a laugh. We'll double check it. Let's have a look. No, it's not up. Good. All right. With that, then, thank you for joining us on YouTube. Yeah, as I said, what me and Algared do is we'll wait till it comes out, and then we'll watch it and record it together. So that'll be hold off to tomorrow, Algared.
It'll be tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow morning. Yeah. All right, then. With that, then, I've been Execute. He's been Algared. We're tired as hell. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye. Say goodbye, Algared.
Bye. And he's been Execute. We're out of here. Bye. Poof.